Okay. That's not any better.
It's the full experience. It's,
Yeah.
you know,
Um,
it's a
sorry, go
shame
on.
the kids aren't old enough to fix all these things for you.
Yeah, I know. One
One
day
day they're going to
soon they
be,
will be.
Dad, this, no, Dad, this looks horrible. Dad, you got, no, stop. What are you doing?
I think there's that thing where people say that, your kids will do that. I'm pretty sure I'm raising kids that are just going to be mini me's. I think I'm just raising the next generation of
Well,
incompetence.
that's kind of terrifying, Fenella.
I know. Well, no, unfortunately, she's as bad as me, so they're screwed. Um, this is the other thing I've had to rearrange here is that next door I had a lot of things positioned around me to change my items should the conversation feel right for different things. So I've had to just quickly chuck a massive pile here. Um, and I might dash into the other room occasionally just to
This
find
this
other
should
stuff.
all be part of the discussion. So
Yeah.
before starting, do you have any questions? And we're just going to launch into this.
No, let's just get into it. I've just got a lot of items.
So I will just count us in to an official start, and then you'll get to hear my awkward introduction. It's been a long time since you've heard one of my awkward introductions, and we'll roll from there. So make sure I've got that there,
Oh, did I? Oh, I do have it. Yes, great. Yeah.
and I've got stuff positioned around me as well.
Well, yeah, I know yours is the museum.
Too much stuff. So we'll go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey everybody, Ken Plume here with an actual new edition, not just a brand new edition, the first edition of a brand new show. And the name of that show is sort of a spin-off. You might know, be familiar with A Bit of a Chat, which is a show I've done for 18 years, 19, I don't know, a long time. Force 5, which is a show I do where I have people come on and they share their top 5 Star Wars collectibles in their collection. We have a conversation. It's basically another way to do a bit of a chat, but with stuff. But now we're divorcing it from that and broadening it out to just a whole bunch of stuff in a new show I'm calling Just a Few Things. And my first guest had to be the inspiration for this show. I've known him for, I think over 15 years. It's got to be at this
Yeah,
point.
I reckon
It's a
so.
super long time. A Renaissance man in all of the positive and negative implications of that term. Dan Schreiber, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. I love you, Ken, but I do need to know what you mean by the negatives of a Renaissance man.
There is in being multifaceted into your approach to things and also your appreciation and interest in things. Sometimes that can make you a bit scattered.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. No, that's fine. If it's to do with just being a bit sort of like weird and neurotic, I'm all good with
But
that.
you're
It's as long as it's not
delightfully, and
like
you've always been delightfully open to. There's a squirrel-like quality to your curiosity.
a squirrel like. Yeah. I mean, I definitely hoard stuff like anywhere that I can,
And you light upon
cheeks
things.
included.
You light upon and fixate, and there's also
Yeah.
a hyper quality to your fixation when you become enamored
Yeah,
of a thing or a concept.
I think we're the same. I think, well, actually, no, I think you're very good at being very dedicated to a whole spectrum of stuff and that you can constantly keep your eye on. Whereas
Then
I'm
I
very,
fooled you well.
well, I magpie very hard when I get into a topic. If I find a new thing that I'm into, I'll be on eBay. I will be reading every book that I can, every article about some particular thing. And as a result, people mistaken it as an obsession, but I'm a researcher. I like to find interesting stuff about anything that I'm looking into. And so, like for example, I heard a song the other day by Paramore, which is a band I've never heard of before, right? I somehow just missed out on their entire catalog that has lasted 20 odd years. They came out with an album recently called This Is Why. And I was like, who's this band? They're amazing. They're incredible on stage. Oh my God, there's all these weird love triangles. Oh my God. And I started looking into it. And now my wife thinks I'm in love with the lead singer. And because I know so much so quickly, it's hard to deny that. But I can't help myself.
The lead
I'm
singer who had a recent viral moment. in her reaction to the pyrotechnics on stage.
Yeah, Hayley Williams. I mean, Hayley Williams is like a Freddie Mercury. Her onstage presence is insane. I don't actually like any of their previous albums, or haven't really got around to giving them a chance yet, because they were like a young band with a young energy. But now this latest album is really in the kind of pocket of music that I like, and chords. It's got like, sounds like the Doors at times and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, and then when there's behind the scenes drama, like with the kids show The Wiggles, which I fell into a giant rabbit hole that lasted like a year. I can't
Also
help
noted, you
myself.
do have children.
I do have children, but I promise, Ken, I would have got into it as heavily as if I hadn't.
There is the Australian connection as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, exactly. Oh, and I went back to Australia not too long ago, and by complete coincidence, my buddy who was there was a producer on the Wiggles documentary behind the scenes, and I went to a big premiere. And I got really drunk with all the Wiggles, and there was all this kind of
But this
controversy.
is how
I'm not allowed to talk about it on mic. It's too libelous.
you're saving it for your autobiography.
Exactly. Yeah.
Uh, is there a difference between obsession and just a deep dive as a researcher?
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
How do you view
Completely.
that difference?
Well, for me, I'm not interested in the real kind of biographical details. I don't need to be a completist of information. I just need to know literally the interesting bits that or the bits that appeal to me, and then I can get out. I
So,
don't need.
so you have the ability to disengage.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's forcing your interests into, like, sometimes, I'm doing this new podcast where I look into all the weirdnesses that people believe in. Sometimes that will be my navigational guide to what kind of research I'm doing on the person, and I'll just miss out on all the other stuff. And then when it's their turn to come back around in my big secular interest wheel that I seem to have, I'll be like, like I had a huge period where I was like, Kevin Smith, I need to just watch everything that Kevin Smith, and it was so great. We were very good buddies at this point, but you being then like, oh, I worked with him. I'd grill you for kind of like information about how he worked and all that stuff. And then Kevin kind of just disappears up the wheel, and he'll be back in 3 years. And then I'm doing everything again. And I'm like, so these things just kind of, so as a result, I just have, in terms of like eBay purchases or biographies, I've got thousands of books in my house.
Oh, we'll get into our eBay purchases. We've
Yeah,
we've
right.
we've gone down those rabbit holes far too many times.
Yeah.
But for those who aren't familiar with you, as I am, and they should be, I sort of want to talk about your unique journey.
Hmm.
So let's go back as far as possible. I want to talk about these interests, not these obsessions, but can you recall what the first thing was that you were super curious about, to the point where you were old enough and aware enough that this is a thing I can go to a library and research, or find books or talk to people, that I'm just so curious about this subject that I want to find out more?
God, I'm sure that there must be like patient zero of my interest. Definitely. I can't. I'm trying to think, like, so I grew up in Hong Kong, and growing up, I know that my biggest interests probably, I think the meatiest one that came up was WWF wrestling to begin with. That was the first one where I actively bought like encyclopedia books of wrestlers and learned about all the different fighters, and I bought the magazines monthly, and I was taking in the information in the way that a kid takes in a football team, panini stickers, and knowing it, being able to engage with adults in conversation about it. Like, that definitely was a huge thing. Other things before that were like, at school, your interests were the shared libraries of certain things. So like Asterix comics and Calvin and Hobbes, you would kind of talk to each other about, is this the, have you got Asterix and then whatever one it was. I remember we used to obsess over the back cover of Asterix, where it had every single cover of the other books that you could get, of the other comics, and we would
Ticking off which ones
sort of,
you read and which ones you
yeah, but
had no
also
access
like,
to.
and questioning plots and all that sort of stuff.
You also went to a rather unique school in Hong Kong?
No, that was in Australia. I mean, the school I went to in Hong Kong was called Chinese International School, which was, I mean,
That's a somewhat unique school as far as a mixing pot of
yeah,
who you encountered there.
yeah, definitely. It's interesting. No one usually believes me when I tell them sort of my because it's not weird. I was living in Hong Kong, but like things like you know, most of the kids in my school and certainly in my year were either half Asian and then half Caucasian of some kind. So you'd be like either half Chinese and then half German, or you would be half Australian, white, and then you would be half Korean, or like I was the only there was probably of 60, 70 kids in my year. I was like one of three kids that had two Caucasian parents. So I was a sort of I grew up a minority in terms of my skin color in a but I didn't ever notice that. Like that wasn't like a thing you noticed. I think particularly as Hong Kong was just such a weird transient place of just so many different nations. And that I mean I think that has given me a unique perspective on the world in that I find it so weird when you see racism. I just can't get it because I've experienced what it's like to live and I lived in the best point. I was a kid where you're really blind to all this stuff because you're just with friends and there's nothing to gauge anything else on. There's no adult ideas that can infect that. I'm just a pure best bit of life, a child in a complete mix of cultures where no one calls each other out. Or if they do, you're part of the big soup of everyone being called out. Like I grew up being called Guilo in Hong Kong, which means foreign devil. I never took that as an insult because, like, it was it just didn't mean to be
Well, I
rude.
got a nickname.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's quite cool. White Devil? That's an awesome
But you
nickname.
also had exposure to all these different cultures and information
Yeah.
and all these things that might not come into contact in a great many places in the world because of the mix of cultures and people that you were exposed to at that time. It's such a formative period.
Yeah, but
Talking about
then
that you're there as a child and your parents were Australian, right?
my mum's English.
So
But
both
what's
both neither from Hong Kong,
yeah,
all,
neither are from Hong Kong.
but
Both,
also you're there, you're reading Asterix books,
yeah,
which is again a whole other culture that you're being exposed to. WWF, whole other culture that you're being exposed to.
yeah. And
So
then Jackie Chan movies, and like Dragon Ball, and all that stuff was our big. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely my. Sometimes when I'm doing my No Such Thing as a Fish podcast, I'll just lay out a reference that I assume everyone knows, and I just get blank stares like I've made something up. But when
your no such co-hosts are excellent at blink staring you though.
oh yeah, 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 it's
It
part
has
of the
become an
gig.
art form. That's why anyone should see them live, if at all possible, because you want to see the stares that they give to Dan during
Yeah,
moments when you just get lost in your Danness.
yeah. I mean, we should say that that's not me just making a cultural reference. That's me just like
Just in
fundament,
general.
just a general meanness. Yeah, that comes out. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I never try and analyze it too much, and also you've got this thing where you're growing up in a culture where you can't quite grip onto anything. And so you do try to become an Aussie or a Brit while you're abroad, despite having no real tangible connection to it. Because my dad, he's the son of an Austrian. And so he grew up in Austria as well as Australia. And so like and then they were a family that moved around to like be living in Singapore and Thailand, and my mum was British but she was Irish really, and like all these. So you're chasing your own culture. I used to be so pissed off that I wasn't Chinese. I still get pangs of anger that I'm not Chinese because they were the coolest people in the world when I was growing up, and I was like, why am I this white guy? What the hell's going on? Like, couldn't one of you be Chinese? It really was a regret, and still to this day, I it sounds silly when I say it, but if I'm in a room where let's say it's like a big room and there's a group of Chinese people in one corner, that's the one I find myself naturally feeling like, you know, that feeling where you just go, I'm calm. I just feel calm. Like that's the bit of the room for me that makes me feel calm more so than any other room.
Well,
The
I thought it
other
was when you had like family reunions, you're back with your parents. Again, why couldn't you so disappointed in either of
but,
you?
but yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I one thing I do know as an adult now is that I don't feel any association with a particular country, and that's also largely because no particular country will naturally just accept me as one of theirs. If I say I'm an Aussie, Aussies are like, yeah, come on, mate. Like, you're not an Aussie. And if I say I'm English, they're like, you're not English. What are you? So where am I? What am I? Am I Hong Kong? Is that a thing? I can't say I'm Chinese. Apparently they'll get me cancelled, even though that's what I want to say.
But one of the unique things is just, you have a what I've encountered as just a child of a military family
Oh,
is
yeah.
you kind of it sands off any edges of identity when it comes to accent or the easy hooks that people look or listen to latch into. Okay, well, this is where you're from.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
your thing.
Particularly useful in the UK because it's so class based here. So I have friends who are comedians who've outright said, if I meet someone who's posh, I hate them. I'm like, well, no, but obviously, like, you'll get to, and they're like, no, I hate them. And you're like, wow, okay. So for some people, it's a really, really strong thing. And like this new area that I've moved in, there's a few pubs that you wouldn't necessarily go into because in the UK there are so many pubs. I don't know what it's like in the States, but I certainly know in Australia back in the day, in the northern beaches where my family lives and where I grew up, you would go to the RSL, and that was your only option. I'm talking like late 90s, early 2000s. That was your one option because nowhere else was a bar. So every bit of society was in this one place. Whereas in the UK, you'll have 15 pubs where it's like, okay, that's your pub. That's where you're going to walk in and no one's going to call you a dickhead for having a beanie on and a beard. And then that
That's
one's
my local.
that's yeah, right. Like it's in my head, American pubs are just it's always sunny. You know, it's Paddy's. It's
But
just
but we don't
Irish.
have the tradition of pubs.
No, exactly. You don't have that, but they
We
do
have
here.
restaurants and we have bars.
Yeah, exactly.
So
So
you
here,
have bars always being an adult thing,
yeah,
and you don't have that family aspect that brings people together. So you have a generational
yeah,
attachment
pubs are
to.
all inclusive of
Right.
age. Yeah, but what's amazing is that people don't go into certain pubs, not because anything bad's going to happen. They just want to have a less like eyeballed time for being in
Well, you
there.
talked about that comfortable space.
Yeah, exactly, a comfortable space. But what I've discovered, and I discovered this doing stand up throughout the UK, is that exactly what you just said, this Hong Kongness, this accent, this weird thing is a passport away from all of that. And I can walk into any pub, I get a beanie on with a beard. And as soon as I just go, hey, what's up? Can I get a beer? They're like, oh, an alien's walked in. All right. He's fine. Don't question, like, he's in. Buy him a beer and I'll get him a beer, you know? So it's
What
bought me that a sort
what
of like
often do you most get mistaken for? Do people
Canadian.
you go Canadian?
Yeah, Canadian, I would say. If I'm around Aussies, I definitely dip a bit more into an Aussie accent. But I would say, yeah, American or Canadian. Um, and then if I give clues, people then start to go, yeah, I still thought you sounded Australian. I'm like, this is not an Australian accent, but fair enough. That's fine.
Did you ever have a stronger Australian accent? Because you spent your teenage years in Australia.
No, no, because when I arrived in Australia, and I did think I was going to get my ass kicked when I arrived into Australia because I just thought Amer well, it's a weird one. I've talked about this a lot on like various things over the years, and again, it sounds a bit like I'm just trying to sort of like find a fun angle to talk about, but it's genuinely true that when I left Hong Kong and moved to Australia, which is a very white country, I was petrified of white people. I'd never been around that many white people, like in one clump, all in one go, 24 hours. And I used to come to England as a kid, and I'd go to these sort of like roughish towns that my families lived in, and dudes were walking around in Adidas tracksuits, and they were scary. They still are. Like English kids just are scary. Like there's a vibe when they're clumped together and they're walking down the street with this like total cocky attitude that I still, as a nearly 40-year-old, get very scared about. But so when I first arrived in Australia, I thought they're going to kick my ass for my accent, and I remember being in class the first day, and again, also bit of an interesting insight as someone who should never experience this certain type of fear. But when I walked into a class for the first time, and I was looking around this entirely white classroom, I had this feeling of like, oh my God, they have no idea that I'm actually Chinese. They just see a white guy on the outside. And again, I'm not saying that in a controversial way. What I mean is that was my culture. That's what I grew up
Right.
in. Like I grew up around that. And the feeling that I got from that sentence I'm saying is, holy shit, I'm able to hide my fear of white people right now for the fear of how they're perceiving me because my skin is white. And I suddenly I got it. I was like, the fear of if you're any other color that's not white, walking into a white room is petrifying. Like it is petrifying, and you can't hide it. And you just, if there's a bigot in the room, you're just going to have to take it, and you can't do anything about it. And so, yeah, so I was always petrified of doing that, and I thought the accent has to go. I just can't have my accent. And my sister lost her accent immediately. She was, oh, g'day, guys. Like immediately an Aussie.
Is she still
Everyone was an
very
Aussie.
Australian? Is she still heavy
Well,
accent?
she came to, yeah, she was Aussie, and then she moved to England when I moved to England to Oxford, and she was immediately, oh darling, don't you dare do it. And then she moved to Abu Dhabi, and we joke about this, but I swear to God, she developed a Filipino accent
So
while
she's
she
just a
was out
chameleon.
there. Yeah, she's a chameleon. She's Zelig. And then I was it was like my first day of school, and this really beautiful girl called Penny kind of went, "What's your accent?" And I said, it's like, I guess, Hong Kong. And she was like, "It's really cool." And I was like, "Well, I'm keeping this. This ain't going anywhere." And I literally made a concerted effort not to lose my accent and flip because it was a different point. And again, it just bought me friends. It's weird. An accent can buy you friends sometimes. And it got rid of any conflict on the school playground from the older kids. Like literally my best friends were getting their asses kicked, and they'd just be like, "Hey Dan." And I guess I was a skater. I felt like I was much older than everyone else because I think Hong Kong was like a mecca for any bit of new technology or any trends because we were just sucking them in from around the world. So like skating was a big thing in America. We were all skating as kids. Hong Kong was a mega safe place, at least in my memory. So we would be like 12 years old, staying out till like 2 a.m. skating, and no one really cared. Years later, someone said to me what the triads used to do was they were dealing with billionaires so much that they would send pictures of billionaires' kids to the parents saying, "Hey, this is your son getting off the school bus. This is your son getting home. Give us some money and we'll make sure no one touches him." And obviously, that's their way of saying we won't steal him. We were rich, so we're just like, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who these people are.
So
So there
there's
was
so
no
many deleted
danger.
photos of you,
Yeah.
or thrown away photos at that time of you.
Mm.
Just he's nothing.
God, I forgot when talking to you, Ken, that it's sort of like a lot of you bring out a lot of monologuing. And as do your guests say this generally, where you're just talking, you're like, I sound like an idiot. I sound so
No,
annoying.
no,
I
no.
get it literally in real time. Usually it's afterwards. You hang up like the phone of an interview and you're like, oh my God, what did I say there? But I get it literally in real time. God, I'm trying to express this like really odd feeling and unique perspective of having grown up feeling and wishing I was Chinese and then going to Australia. And it's like, well, actually, now I just sound racist as I'm saying it. I'm phrasing this really weird,
No,
but
no.
it's true. I'll never deny it. Like it's true. It's a unique perspective, I think, that I was given through that childhood.
But I think your awareness of it and knowing where it comes from, uh,
Yeah,
and I think that just engendered just a curiosity about things like that and where those perceptions come from when it comes to just ideas in general and concepts and theories that has informed a lot of what you've done.
Yeah. Yeah. I've never,
That
I've
you
never,
you're very invested in perspective. And I
yeah.
think We Can Be
Yeah, I am.
Weirdos comes a lot from what led you to having this, what is perceived from this angle of society as being, as term that is a regular term, batshit. What
Yeah.
this batshit theory that you have from your angle presenting it is not, and you're invested in it. And I'm curious to find out where your investment in this that's perceived as a batshit theory comes from.
Of specifically my childhood or my interest
No, no, no.
in,
I think it just your that sort of thing informs how you approach a lot of what you do and where
yeah.
and who you talk to. I think there's a lot of people that within the book that you did, within the podcast, within the shows that you've done, that you are not so quick to dismiss people's perspectives.
Yeah. No, because I think that's right. I think it is. I never really have thought about or even gone this way. Like it's not like I've even thought differently and I've now just changed it. I've literally not thought about how my childhood is connected to perspective. But that is very
And an
wise
empathy
words. Yeah.
that you bring an empathy to it, but you can also understand and contextualize, okay, that is batshit and dangerous, or that is batshit and racist. That is,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's not divorced from the reality within which that perception exists.
Yeah, I think when I was younger, I actually had a bit less of a perspective in that respect. Like I did like conspiracy theories and I did probably even believe in a couple when I was much younger. I certainly believed in the Eric von Daniken ancient alien stuff when I was like 12 or 13. But it's because I was living in a, little tiny town in Australia where I found these books in a secondhand bookshop and they were exciting. And they didn't have any consequence to me, though. And I think when consequence comes in, that's where things get really dangerous. When you think people are hiding things from you, when you think that there's a ulterior evil motive behind it. Like as soon
Which
as
is
I
very easy to
realized,
have that perspective as a child because there's so much you don't know and haven't
yeah,
been exposed to. So
yeah,
everything is a new discovery. And well, why didn't you tell me about this? Well, I didn't think to tell you. I mean, now as a parent, you can have that perspective of there's so many things you may want to tell your kids or information you want to share, but it's overwhelming because you're also working. You're trying to do all these other things.
yeah.
You don't have time to be, well, I'm going to be a 24/7 tutor to tell you every single thing, every bit of world and known knowledge that I have, I'm going to impart to you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is fun because one thing I wasn't prepared for is that the interests come to you from the children as opposed to you being the teacher that leads the way. It just constantly comes to you. We've had a few deaths near us recently. Our neighbor very sadly passed away, and she used to look after the boys. And so there's a lot of questions at the moment about death and where do you go and all that stuff. And
Like I wasn't aware that we'd have to touch on this subject yet.
yeah, and also you got to make a decision as well with yourself about what parents am I going to be? Like, what am I going to say in answer to that? Am I going to say what I kind of believe, which is that I'm not sure you go anywhere. I kind of think that's it. That's you done. Or do I say you go to heaven and everything's great and it's this amazing thing? And Wilf a year ago, or maybe even longer, asked me, so what happens to you? What happens to you when you die? And I was like, oh, I haven't even thought what to say. And then the right answer came out of me, which is what I went, you go to heaven. You go to heaven and it's an amazing time. And what I realized was, as a kid, that's what I believed. And it was great. It was the best period of my life. I wish I could go back to having that belief system where I thought that that's what was happening. I grew out of it, and there is no baggage that goes with that. Nothing has hurt me off the realization that I thought something was the case and it's not. And I have to bank on the fact that maybe that will be the same for my kids. If they can handle Santa and the Easter Bunny and all that stuff not being real either from the lies that we're telling them, I don't think this is too far of a stretch to just lay down a seed of some fantasy amazing place. Now, maybe I'm wrong for doing that, but that's how I grew up, and I
But I
had a
think
great childhood believing that.
but I think the dynamic and where you perhaps lean into when some of these beliefs become dogmatic in your approach to, like, if your child a few years from now comes back and goes, I've been thinking about that thing you said, and it really doesn't make sense. What's at that more mature level is the conversation that you have with them. Like, if
Yeah,
you
then
continue to, deny what thing you've arrived at in life to preserve what you perceive, then you're passing on a deception is a deception
exactly.
at
I
that point.
That's exactly right, and that's exactly how I'm going to play it. As soon as Will or Ted or Kit says, "Dad, I'm not sure that that is what happens," I'll say, "Well, actually, we don't know. That's true. That's right for thinking that. But I think that's the better journey. And maybe that's why my parents did the same thing with me. That's where the why questions, why, turn into, all right, hang on, I'm going to limit the why questions. Let's just hang on this one for a second, rather than me going, but why, and then moving it on. And that's where you get this sort of insatiable curiosity to really drill down. And I still love reading about the afterlife and people who believe in it, and then the scientific side of people who don't. It's the biggest question that I would love answered. So it's a big thing, but it's also, I think I remember the seminal moments in my life where I still remember sitting out in Thailand, laying on a beach with my dad and looking up at the night sky and just saying, Dad, like at the end of the universe, is it like a white screen? Like, what's behind the universe? And he was like, I don't know. And it was the first time that me and my dad were then chatting about a concept together, trying to work it out. And I'm like 8 or 7, and he's a 30-something-year-old guy. And it was amazing. It was like we were suddenly two people that were of the same intelligence level. And he allowed for me to get that kind of crack in his knowledge, that he wasn't this amazing dad who knew everything, that he was a real guy. And it's weird, like, so you got to, like, with your own kids, you got to hope that when you remember the moments that changed you in a positive way, if you can emulate them, and it feels right too, then that's, yeah, hopefully I'm creating curious kids off the back of it as well.
And knowing that it's never going to come at a time that's convenient, these questions. It's always going to
Yeah.
be spur of the moment, out of the blue,
Well, I had,
in the
okay,
middle
so
of making dinner.
yeah. So the funniest thing that has happened, and I'm so glad, because I mean, I know that you probably know this about me, but my favorite thing in the world is jokes and laughter. Like, it's why I got into comedy, why I love comedians, why I want to try and make people laugh. It's the greatest thing on earth, because nothing can suck if you're able to make a joke off the back of it. If you're able just to, like, the desperateness of times, say something funny, it's the ultimate moment, and that's unique to us, and it's wonderful. And so my grandmother passed away last February, last Valentine's Day, 2023, and horrible, 'cause she was such a huge influence on my life, and I haven't even fully processed it yet. But I told the boys, because we knew it was on the way, and we are on the other side of the planet. We were getting up in the middle of the night to Zoom with her in hospital and stuff, and so she passed away, and we told my boys, and Ted, sporadically, including just before we recorded, when he was in bed, he was the last kid up tonight, and I've texted Fenella. I'll even read you the text in a minute, but what he'll do is he's just remembered it. He's just retained it. And so it's happened like 30 times over the last year since she passed away. We'll be like in the lounge room just having a really fun time, like laughing, and it'll be like a wrestle or something, or someone will say something funny, and then there's a pause, and we'll be like, ah, and then Ted will be like, ah, Daddy, your grandma's dead. And he'll just say it like out of nowhere, just every single time. Like, just tonight, as he was going to sleep, I thought he was asleep and I was trying to move, and he just woke up and went, Dad? Yeah, Teddy, you're right. Your grandma's dead. It's just like, yeah, yeah, she is, buddy. And then you'll say, why? And then I'm explaining, like, because for him, I haven't even got to heaven yet. It's just like, well, when you're old and if you get sick, you die, and that's a thing. And he's like, so what is it though? It's like, well, yeah, that's a good question, mate. Yeah, we don't know. You go to heaven. I actually said heaven to him for the first time tonight. And he was like, "What's that?" I was like, well, "Ow, God, that's a hard thing to explain as well." Go to bed. I need to talk to Ken.
Does he know?
Yeah, yeah,
So right now, in his cosmology, heaven is talking to Ken.
yeah. Exactly. You're very much going to be part of heaven. Yeah.
So I have to sort of subtly introduce the concept of the show.
No, I know. I mean, I would almost cut this out as a bonus and just get
And
straight
and
to
you
the
know me
item.
better than that.
I
So
know. I know.
so I will say, so the whole concept of just a few things is really inspired by you, who is a master of show concepts. Because at the start of the pandemic, when we were all going bonkers, all closed up in our spaces and desperate for connection and contact, you, in just the way your brain works, thought, "Oh, there's a show in this."
Not in the pandemic.
No, not the pandemic.
There was a show in the fact that we were all locked in our
That we're all
homes.
locked up and our only communication in our own private spaces, most of which people had never been exposed to each other's private spaces because of distance.
Yeah.
Uh, in a way of connecting, you started an Instagram live show called, I'll let you say the title,
Show us your shit.
which is it again a master of naming shows as well. Such a straightforward summary encapsulation of exactly what Dan wanted from his guests
Yeah.
and from the experience was basically entertain me. You, I'm going to connect with you, and I want you to show me all the stuff that you find interesting or anything. Just show me something. Show me
Yeah.
something in your space, and we'll talk about it until I get tired. And
I tell
and then
yeah,
you would end the show. And it'd
yeah,
be
I
done.
mean, and like you came on a few times and it was a real test of because you're a marathoner. You're able to go and go and go and so our episodes particularly would last like 4 hours sometimes, maybe even longer. And sometimes you'd get a guest that was they had 30 minutes or something, but I tried doing it once a night for I definitely did, I think close to 30 nights when I started it. Like I just did it one night off the back of an idea and then said see you tomorrow night and then did it again and did it again and so on and then had to pause because my wife went into labor and we had a baby. And so
So the show went on hiatus.
show went on hiatus
Sort
for
of. You handed it off for a bit.
no, I think that happened later. I think that Ash Gardner, my best buddy, he kind of took over a sideline bit of it. No, I went back into doing it like 10 days later or something like that.
Because you
Um
developed an audience that were very
yeah.
committed, who had a Discord and everything going.
Well, and yeah, and there's like two of them who live. One lives in Europe, and the other lives in London, are in a relationship now, and it's like formed all these kind of like amazing bonds. And I've made great friends out of it, and other people have as well. I think that's the thing. Like you create a little spot for people to come because really they were watching the show. But the genius thing about a live on Instagram is the comments that can happen underneath, and people found each other in the comments every night and kept talking, and then the Discord came like a year later after the show had finished, but it was awesome. I mean, there were a few things that I really liked about it. One was particularly having that title, "Show Us Your Shit," was by having a rude word in the title, it was quite disarming. It kind of set the tone for what the show was. So I would have academics come on and you wouldn't expect them to ever say a word like shit in their real life, but they were just bandying it about like they'd suddenly had their had the cord cut.
It's not a
I
show you're selling to the BBC with that title.
No, exactly. Except that I was asked to go on Loose Ends, which is a very big Radio 4 show here, hosted by Clive Anderson, interviewed by Emma Freud, who then later came on the show. And Every time I've been on Loose Ends, they've allowed me to say shit, which is a very un-BBC word, but they're sometimes allowed a shit on their show. And yeah, and I did an interview not too long ago because the Theory of Everything Else book that I had could really be called Show Us Your Batshit because it is all about looking into. Oh, you got your copy. Amazing.
I do.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
And everyone else
Yeah,
who's watching or
yeah,
listening should have a copy of it.
yeah. It's
This is
coming
the
out.
American edition.
That's the American edition. It's coming out on in paperback in June of this year. So that's very exciting.
And it's also an audiobook
It is
read
also an
by
audiobook
read by you
read by me.
with
And
amazing music.
well, yeah, my producer was incredible. They assigned me this producer, and at first he sort of said, I want to do a soundtrack for it. And I didn't know anything about him. So I was like, okay. What are you thinking? And he said a couple of ideas, and I was like, because I'm a producer myself, I just immediately was like, actually, I maybe I should try and guide this just so that I can at least, I don't know, have my bad version of it rather than their bad version if it doesn't work out. And I had this idea for the theme tune to be there was a theory that someone had put forward that the Last Supper, with all the breadsticks in various placements on the table, if you put a musical stave down on it, it actually played a song. So there's a guy online who's like playing the Last Supper song. And so I said to them, well, why don't we do that? Let's have that as a song. And then I'll write an extra bit for the audiobook because it would be a sting all the way through that I would sort of say, there's a theory that this, and let's hear an extract. And then you would hear them be like, oh, that's the theme tune. But it turned out the song really sucked because it's not a real thing. They're just breadsticks on a.
What does it say about the breadsticks?
Yeah, exactly. Terrible music at the Last Supper via the food. But and then he wrote these tunes and they were incredible. They were so good. And he did I had a chapter on the Beatles, so he redid it so that it had a Beatles sound to it. He had all these little ideas. We've hidden a few Easter eggs in it as well, which no one's found yet, and people have been looking for it. And yeah, so very proud of it, extremely proud of it. But yeah, I did an interview with a very distinguished British journalist called Jon Snow not too long ago for his show Snowcast. This is a guy who's never said a rude word out loud ever in his life, and he was there with his script going, "I understand you're interested in batshit." And as soon as he said it, the floodgates opened, and I was like, "John, you need to calm down on the old
You
swear words
calm
here, buddy."
down.
Yeah, you batshit man. Yeah, it was it's a disarming word. So I really liked that for the show. But I'm glad it inspired you because you were the always the star guest because I mean, looking behind you right now, all your stuff is and I like it's extraordinary what you have in your collection. And we've seen 0.5% of what you've got.
Yeah, it's frightening.
It is frightening. And I can't believe that you've not sold it and are living in a mansion in Beverly Hills. You
I
have
mean,
so much
but that's
stuff
a
that
job in and of itself.
yeah, but like
It's gonna be an incredible estate sale. Just tell me what you want.
yeah. Oh,
I'm sure there's one thing you're thinking of immediately.
my old Spike Milligan Cocoon signed book that I accidentally gave to you and almost caused a divorce by accusing my wife of throwing it away. Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be good to
that
get
one.
back.
That one. You did apologize to her finally over that, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, immediately. I admitted to it. I mean, it was on camera. If we weren't filming that and there wasn't an audience, I might have let that slip. People were DMing her, "God, I can't believe Dan did that to you." Yeah. But
No,
no, I'm very
you
envious
will
of
be
your
getting
collection.
that book back.
Oh no, that was for you, Ken. I just
I
didn't
mean,
know where it
you're
went.
drinking out of Spike Milligan's shot glasses, so I don't think you're doing too bad on the Milligan front.
Yeah, well, I actually have as part of my 6 items that I've brought together. I've got a Milligan thing here, which I think I've shown to you before, but it's
But
a pretty extraordinary
well, we'll
item.
launch in then. So the whole point of just a few things in this conversation is I'm asking my guests, and my first guest being Dan, I guess for obvious reasons now, to just share a few things that have special meaning to them in their collection. Doesn't have to be expensive things, doesn't have to be rare things, just has to be things that mean a lot to them. And so, Dan, you've selected a few items from your
Yeah,
collection.
I
So,
have.
what would you like to share first? Would you like to go with the Milligan associated one?
Yeah, might as well because I've brought it up. But I will say I hate to immediately break your format, but I do have a few items that I feel like are exhibit A, B, and C of a one thing. So in this case, Spike Milligan. So I'll show you the
No, I
item,
mean, so what
but
you're saying is you have just a few things about a few things
yeah, there we go.
that you would
That's
like
a
to
good way.
share.
There we go.
Fixed it.
There we go. All done. So, the first thing that this is just a very personal item. This is not the super interesting item that I have, but when I was growing up in Australia, there was really no connection to the comedy world. I didn't really, I just saw it in the distance in Britain and America, you know, like it would be like an episode of The Office would come on TV and then an episode of Seinfeld. And it was just like, oh my God, like, you know, in Australia, as in Hong Kong, you just kind of took everything in one clump and there wasn't too much Aussie stuff. There was like three or four, and they were great, but the industry wasn't as big back then. And I always just thought, I'm living in this beachside town. How am I ever gonna get into this? I've got no connection. I've got no literal, you know, feeling for how I can get there. And there was just this really nice thing one day where my mum was talking to a guy in a salon. They were both talking about a product because she's a hairdresser and he turned out to be a hairdresser as well. And they were saying, oh, yeah, apparently the new range of this wax for your hair is really good, something like that. And he noticed that my mum had under her arm a giant box vinyl record set of Goon Show LPs. There was like six in a box kind of thing. And she said, "Oh, you Goon." He said, "You Goon Show fan?" And she said, "No, my son's a massive one though. He doesn't have a record player, but I think he'll like this." And he said, "I used to be married to Spike Milligan's daughter. Spike Milligan being one of the Goons." And she went, "Wow, my God, my son will be he'll be amazed to hear that." Was that in the UK? And he said, "No, here in Sydney." Now she's in the city at this point, so we lived way out from the city. We're like a good hour's drive over the bridge, Northern Beaches, right at the end. And so he's like, "So do you have a salon?" And she said, "Yeah, my husband and I have this little thing in Avalon." He said, "Oh, that's where Laura lives. She lives in Avalon, which is Spike Milligan's daughter." And it turned out this entire time, one of my neighbors within a 5 minute drive was Spike Milligan's daughter. And we've become really good friends since. The first thing that she did was on the trip that she went to go and say bye to her dad. She said, and I hadn't met her at this point, but it just came through this ex husband. Does Dan want a book signed and maybe just want to send anything? And so I spent, I think, like a week writing a letter to Spike Milligan and 5,000 drafts, you know, kind
And
of
how old were
thing.
you at this time?
Would have been 16, maybe 15, 16. Obsessed with Spike, but read virtually every single one of his books at that point. And he wrote 100, but, you know, a lot of them were poetry books and quite short comedy books. And so I sent a couple of books over and I sent this letter and I basically said, should I ever make it in comedy one day, it will be completely down to the influence of your books on me. And therefore, it feels like I should put in writing here that you will be entitled to 10% of anything that I make, because basically I will be trading off all the things I learned from you. So she went and she saw Spike and she gave my books and she read out my letter to him. And so what I got back is the book that I got from Spike. And so this is one of those, it's one of the things that I will forever treasure. And it just says to Daniel from Spike Milligan, that'll be 10%. And it's a really that's like that was huge to get that as a kid, you know, from someone who kind of was like acknowledging the little comic wannabe in me, and like, you know, I anyone would have written that, but that meant a lot. It just meant a lot when I got that. So Spike's been a huge part of my life, and I do love to go on eBay and find various items of his. And so the one of my things, even though that's a sort of preamble thing, is this, which is I've spoken about on a few things, but I don't know if I've ever spoken to you about it. Have I told you about this?
I don't think so.
This is a master atlas of Greater London, right? So it's a big old book of just every bit of London, right? Just, detailed map. Leather bound, really beautiful gold. It's falling apart a bit. And I won it on eBay. And so what you'll see on the inside is that it says right at the top there, this belongs to Spike Milligan, 9 Orme Court, W2, London, W2. And that's where he had his offices, where he wrote with Galton and Simpson, who wrote Hancock, and he wrote with Eric Sykes, who was one of the big comedy writers in this country. And downstairs was Terry Nation, who in that building, in that office, created the Daleks for Doctor Who. And so, real seminal place. And then it says in his handwriting here as well, Norma bought this for me, Xmas 1971. And so, really nice because I've bought a few Spike Milligan books from auctions that have sold his items, and his books in particular, he always used to write on the inside of his books. So that was really nice. But what makes this really special, and it's something that I knew was in it, but I didn't realize to what extent, because obviously I saw a few photos on eBay, is that on the relevant spots in the book, what he's done is he's so for example here, can you see that there's a line and there's writing in the margins
Right. So
on
it's
this map here?
annotated
It's
in his handwriting.
annotated in his handwriting, and it says things like this particular line that goes to Jackson Street, and it says on the side, where mum, Mrs. F. Milligan, lived as a girl before she left for India. Just up there, from there, there's a line where he's written, I worked here, 1938 to 1939. And basically, in the margins of this map book is the biography of Spike Milligan based on the locations of his life. And this has got to be a
The
completely,
autobiography.
yeah, exactly. And it's a unique
So he
book in that
literally mapped
respect.
out his life
He mapped
in
out
this
his life.
book.
I keep saying to people that I think this is an amazing thing that we should all do for our families. We should get the city that we grew up in or that we spent many, many years. For me, it would probably be London is the best one for my kids. And
You don't think
just,
Hong Kong would be?
well, I don't know, Hong Kong as well, but I feel like they're going to be spending a lot of their time in London. And I
Yeah, but
lived.
your formative, you talked about formative years.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
So
mean,
if
I'll
you're
do.
actually charting out your life, like if you were
Yeah,
to sit down with a map from that would have to be because Hong Kong is ever changing.
yeah, yeah,
If you found a greater atlas of Hong Kong
yeah,
from that era, your era, what
yeah.
what would be the things that you would annotate in that?
Yeah, well, yeah, it'd be where I went to school, where I used to go to Toys R Us, where I used to skate, where
Do you remember
uh
the street names? Do you remember any of the places?
yeah, Circle Park was where we used to skate, which was sort of in the middle of this high riser place. Bowen Road, which was the secret kind of path. It wasn't really even secret, but it kind of just felt secret, where everyone used to walk their dogs, because Hong Kong and particularly the city bit is so city that any of these kind of like green bits were just like, what is this doing here, kind of thing. This must be secret.
Like a
Yeah,
magical location.
yeah, exactly. But I don't know why we don't all do this. It's so wonderful. It's
But you
just
but you say
there's
that, but you haven't started yours.
no, because it's really hard to get your hands on a
Monogram
hardback physical
atlas.
book. Yeah, I really do want to, and do one for Sydney as well.
But all of
So
yours, what you're talking about, are not contemporary. You would want something that was published that was
yeah,
relevant to
exactly.
the time you were there,
I
right?
need a pre 1997, and
So you're
and
more
that's the
likely to
beauty.
find.
Yeah, that's the beauty. It would be the years that books existed in Mapland. Yeah.
So is that going to be your eBay search later tonight? Is just looking for these vintage atlases?
Starting a list. Yeah.
What would be the easiest to fill out for you? Would it be London?
Yeah, London. Yeah, absolutely. Because there are so many um seminal moments of my life that yeah, where I did my first gig, where I met Fenella, where I met your mother is the kind of the beauty of those years that I have, particularly because this would be a thing for my kids, for no one else. It'd be for my kids. And so the fact that I'd be able to map out both mine and their mother's story, and their mother was born in London. So, she's got a whole story to add to that one book where we can put it both down. I just think it's so cool. It
Is there
feels so
some
intimate.
special Easter egg note you're going to leave for whoever buys it in the future, whatever future eBay is?
Oh, of course.
No,
Always
this
leave
was no
Easter
such
eggs.
thing as a fish's Dan
Yeah,
Schreiber's book. This is
it's exactly that. Like uh I mean, we did that. There's a book I'd love to know where it is at the moment.
I
When
don't
we
have it.
released
I don't. You didn't give it to me. I do not
Yeah,
have it.
that's the whole
But
point
once you,
of
is
this
this what you're
call.
bringing up? Is this going to be?
I'm
Here's all the other things
slowly
I'm missing.
slowly edging towards asking you and accusing you. When we did our first book of the year with No Such Thing as a Fish, so we did a series of books where it was topical. No Such Thing as a Fish is a podcast where we come to the show every week with our favorite fact that we've learned over the last 7 days, and we have no limit on when that fact can come from. It could be a fact about the beginning of the universe all the way through to something that happened today. But the idea behind the books was, what if we contained our search just to 1 year? So we do an annual. We do an annual, the most interesting things that have happened in 1 year, which is very hard. Oh, you've got the third one there. Yeah, the book of the year 2019. Beautiful. I love that
What
one.
a year.
Yeah, what a year. Um and yeah, we did this thing as a competition prize where we annotated in handwriting over the course of like 4 months. We just had it in the office, and the idea was just flick through and just write an extra detail about the research or whatever. It was for one of them. I'm not sure it was the first, second, or third, but we did that. So there's this book that's just packed with our handwriting of extra facts, extra jokes, extra everything. And it felt like it was won by someone who wasn't actually really a fan. They just kind of entered the competition because they saw it online, and I just don't know where it is. I assumed whoever bought it would make themselves known and would tweet photos of it and stuff, and just nothing. It was just silence. And I was like, we did like 4 months of like amazing annotation, but that will pop up one day somewhere. That's what Show Us Your Shit was about. That's what this is about. It's everything that still exists has to be somewhere, and it will eventually come to light again. That's what's so cool.
Well, this piece is special because this was the last time I saw you
Hmm.
in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
you know what's unique about my edition?
Oh, I remember we did do something, and I can't remember what it
Mine
is
is
now.
signed by
3.
all of you.
Yes, that's right. Hang on, let me see if I can see. Yeah, Anna. Okay. Yeah, that would have been James.
So I've got fake Anna
Yeah, that's
signing my
very cool.
book.
That's very cool.
Still do not have the correction, which is, I believe, the actual signed thing from Anna. Is it still in the possession of Ash Gardner in Australia right now
No way.
in a care package he was supposed to send when he left for Australia?
Wow, that's
It
cool.
was one of his final things because I had
Yeah.
mentioned this. It's like, you're going to see them. You're going to one of their shows at the end. Who's doing the shows with you on the tour? Right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. So I
yeah,
said, grab something so I can have on his actual signature.
yeah.
And he
You say
did.
you say Anna really interestingly. Anna.
What is her preferred pronunciation? Because I've heard it multiple, and I always go with what theirs is.
Oh, well, hers is Anna. I've never heard Anna. That's very
Well,
classy.
then I will go with Anna.
Well, I'm going to change it to Anna on the show. I much prefer that. I mean, I've been botching her surname for 10 years. It's not going to make any difference
Well,
to
now it's
suddenly
a
get the
bit.
first name difference. Yeah.
But yeah, so Ash, who's I dare say even worse than you when it comes to sending things.
Oh, no, no, I'm way worse. I am
Well,
way
he
worse.
he actually moved with the thing that he was going to send and still has
Yeah,
not sent it all of these years later.
that's true. But he is generally much better, I would say. I wouldn't want to tarnish him with that. Um,
Well, he is still in
yeah,
possession of it. But yeah, it
yeah.
even has there's the ticket from that evening to see
Kennedy
you all.
Center. Wow, November 10th, 2019.
What
Those were our last gigs pre-pandemic.
just a few short months
Yeah.
before
Yeah.
before the creation of Show Us Your Shit.
That's how I look at the pandemic.
Yeah, pre-shit, post-shit, and in the shit.
Yeah.
Uh, so how many Spike Milligan items do you think you own now?
I own quite a lot. I really have. I You mentioned shot glasses at the top of the show. I have his shot glasses that I bought. And it's quite funny because sometimes you buy an eBay purchase and you kind of have to have a bit of a gut feeling about whether or not the item is legit. You
Or you
sort of
just lie
go,
to yourself for the
yeah,
entire time that you own it?
yeah, but in the kind of like one day if I find out they're fake, then I'm not going to be upset, and if they're real, then awesome, well done. That what a cool find. And I remember with the shot glasses, it was just someone saying, "Yes, we were neighbors with Sheila, who was Spike Milligan's final wife and widow, before she died, and she gave us this." And the story just felt like there's enough here that I feel like they're not lying about this item, but I had zero proof. And it was like these shot glasses sat in this wooden pallet that you hold, and I just thought, it's just too weird a lie to not be the thing. And then 2 years later, I think it was, one of his daughters puts up a photo on Instagram just saying, "Miss you, dad," or something to like, it was either his birthday or the day he passed or Christmas or something like that. And he's sitting on a chair, and right at the back of the room, there's a kind of trolley, and sitting on the trolley is the shot glasses and the thing. And I was like,
Yeah.
bingo! Yes! Like you just gotta, and so it's like, there we go, verified, done.
How
two
often do
years
you drink
later.
out of them?
Not too many. I've made a habit now of because there's about 12 shot glasses. I've given two away because it's a sort of quite nice thing to do. They've helped me in various different places. I On my We Can Be Weirdos show, I brought them out when I was interviewing Dan Aykroyd because I had an hour with Dan Aykroyd and I needed to somehow
You need a hook.
I needed a hook to get in and just let him know this is I'm not a regular kind of just Ghostbusters, tell us about that kind of interviewer. But I think with Dan Aykroyd, he does so many interviews. It'd be like interviewing Paul McCartney. The anecdotes are so much the same. I even find that about myself now. Like even, you've only got limited anecdotes. Even if you're a Beatle, you have limited anecdotes and you find yourself retreading the same things and trying to think of a different way of saying it, and then actually that just morphs the story into something that's not real, but then that becomes the real stuff. So like it's so interesting when you when you've noticed that, because
Or you just
most
make it
people,
fun for yourself by lying.
yeah, absolutely. But when you're on things that are being recorded, you kind of want to try and make sure that you're giving the best truthful version of it. And then you can't get called out on it. But like, it's quite fun if you find someone's, like when you go down the rabbit hole and you watch someone interviewed throughout 30 years of their life and just watching the story evolve with every single different interview. Like when Douglas Adams wrote one of the complete Hitchhiker's Guides omnibuses and had to say, I've now got to just put down a definitive story here of what happened and how I had the idea. Was I drunk on a field in Innsbruck? Was I,
Right.
there's so many different origin stories. And he's like, I just have to decide on one now, even if it's not the real one. I just got to make like, and that's kind of what it is. But
But we were talking about the Atlas thing. Just a quick side tangent on this,
yeah,
because this
yeah.
brings up something that I've been thinking about a bit lately. When we talk about memory and our
Mm,
personal memories, and the older you get, and how permanent our memories as opposed to how we reconstruct those memories to further them along. Like we almost have like a spoken word tradition in our own minds of passing down this memory
yeah,
and how
yeah,
that
we do.
morphs and how that adapts and how that changes until almost you're creating and trying to remember something. This is how I should be perceiving this thing. Surely this thing must have been there. And looking for context clues within a reality around you, like, oh, I went to that place, so there must have been that building in the background, or there must have been this. rather than an actual memory. What is an actual memory? Is it just an internal spoken word tradition of relearning all of these things constantly and reminding yourself about this thing was like this, but then you have that drift that you talk about that that happens in a story.
I think it must be. I mean, it.
Because then someone will show you a photo when they go, "Oh, okay, well, I described you as having a striped dress all these years in my memory, but you had a floral pattern,
Yeah,
so that was wrong."
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's right though. I think it's sort of maybe those are the stories as well. Because like, why don't I remember so much stuff? And maybe it's because I haven't told myself the story again
Our memory
in
is just the
such a long
stories we
time.
tell ourselves, is really what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. No, exactly. It is, and there is no truth. We know that immediately from something happening in a room, giving it half an hour and asking two people to tell what just happened in that room. They're just different, the details, like to begin with, and then it sort of changes. So yeah, it's yeah. What was I saying about the Ackroyd thing, which is yeah, the
Having the shot glasses there as an in to
having them as an in to let him know that I was coming with information and something that he could get good chat out of. And the I knew he was a fan of comedy, but also I had a great story to tell him to do with ghosts, to do with Spike Milligan. So, and I also knew that the reason he was agreeing to come on, even though it was 9 a.m. in the morning, was because he was on a promotional run of his Crystal Head vodka, which he just absolutely loves to promote, and it makes sense. It's I
it's the
love
only thing
drinking it.
really he does interviews or any conversations
Yeah,
that has to
exactly.
be somehow connected to the promotion.
Yeah. Oh, and he comes with the crystal head hat and like the shirt and so on. So I thought, okay, it's 9 a.m. I'm gonna open the bottle of vodka and I'm gonna pour myself a shot and I'm gonna give him a shot as well if he wants it. So I said, do you want a shot? And he said, yeah, I'd love one. And so I poured him a shot. And as he was having a sip, I said, do you know who Spike Milligan is? And he said, the Goons. I grew up on the Goon. The Goons are what like influenced us in America with all the stuff. And I said, well, you're drinking out of the shot glass that belonged to Spike Milligan. He was like, no. And I was like, how cool is that? A Ghostbuster drinking out of a Goon's shot glass. Like, this is really cool. And he was like, wow, that's amazing. And I said, hey, by the way, did you know that there was meant to be a Goon Show reunion that was going to happen? I got told this by a guy called Dirk Maggs, who was organizing it. He's a producer, amazing guy. I'm sure you know him, Ken, or know of him.
I do.
And Dirk told me this story where he said he tried to do a Goon Show reunion and he got Spike to say yes. He got Michael Bentine to say yes, who was one of the original Goons, who he was bringing in because Peter Sellers had passed away at this point. And then Harry Seacombe. So there were originally those four goons, and then Michael disappeared, and the three others were the main goons. So he was like, I'm going to bring Michael back in. Let's do a live reunion show. They all said yes. He was like, incredible. And so he was getting it all prepared, and then suddenly he gets a call from Michael Bentine saying, I'm so sorry, Dirk, but I'm going to have to pull out. We can't do the show. And he said, what? Why? What's happened? He said, Peter doesn't think we should do it. And he said, Peter who? He went, Sellers, Peter Sellers. Michael, Peter Sellers is dead. And he says, yeah, and I know that. Of course I know that. But we talk all the time. I'm in contact with him for his spirit on the other side. And he thinks it won't be as funny without him, and we probably shouldn't do it. So I'm afraid we can't do it. So the Goon Show reunion didn't happen because the ghost of Peter Sellers said that he thought it wouldn't be as funny without him. Oh, that's a kid crying. I might have to pause a second. Hang on, let me sort out the
Yeah.
kid.
Hey, everybody. I don't know if you believe in time travel, but I'm going to assure you that time travel does exist because guess what? We just traveled forward in time. You're still in the same place you were when you started watching this, but Dan and I are not. So, hi, Dan.
I'm in the physical same spot as I was when we were
As am
talking
I.
last. Yeah, but you're right. We are now 3 days ahead in the future,
Yeah, we
and it
have
happened like
suddenly
that.
changed appearances.
Yeah, yeah.
Sound quality is a little different.
Sound quality is a little different in the 3 days since we last spoke. A very essential bit of chord has been lost. No, huge apologies. My little boy was he woke up while we were mid chat, and then he just wouldn't go back down, and we just had to abandon ship. And my wife Vanilla was staying up in London, and she rarely is. I often, if I go on tour or whatever, I won't be at home. So my boys are kind of like used to me not being here, but they're not used to mum not being here. And so when they woke up, they were like, "Where?
So
Where's
what you're saying
she?"
is, just as a father, you've had a bit of a wake up call as well about the
Yeah.
relationship you need to forge with your children.
No. To be honest, Ken, like in the beginning days, mum is everything. I've experienced this twice now. I know what's going on. I know the daddy days are on the way. She's
Is that how you
gripping
look
on
at it?
for
You look at it, the daddy days are on the way.
daddy days. Daddy days are here to come. Yeah. So she's holding on for this final, pre-daddy moment that all my boys have had.
I don't know. You have all sons. I don't think the daddy days are going to be there.
I'm going to get like a few years and then it's back to a lifetime of mum.
Yeah, that it's pure conflict as they try and usurp your position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I think it bats back and forth. I was talking about this the other night with someone who's a dad, and they were sort of saying, "God, I found it so hard when they just want their mom." You're like, why? Like, it's not personal. It's just they're new. They're new here, and like that's wherever
you have multiple kids, so they can actually talk amongst each other and go, you know what? I'm done with them. Are you done with them? I think I'm done with them too.
That guy's, yeah, seriously, just stick with the mummy years. We made the mistake. We dipped into.
You've not started a family. You've started a group of co-conspirators.
Yeah, I've started. Yeah, I've started a problem. Is what I've started.
But speaking of problems that we started, we're back, and we're picking up where we left. So we got through one of your items, shows, which was Spike Milligan's personal atlas. That was detailing his entire life through location.
Yeah.
And position throughout the greater London.
Yeah, it's just a really cool idea to do. He physically wrote down the spots where, well, if you're listening to this, you would have just heard me say it. Yeah. What I said 3 days ago. That was my first item. As I was saying, and will continue to say, is every little item that I have seems to come almost as like a package, like multi-pack of items that are kind of in some way connected to each other. And I realized, I think, when you're going on things like Instagram or stuff, anytime you get a new item, you often show it. If anyone asks you a question, have you got anything cool? You might show that thing. And I realized that that's something that I've shown a few times now. So I thought I would quickly just caveat the end of the Spike Milligan section with one more item that I have, which I think is quite interesting, just in terms of the history of the BBC and how comedy shows used to be handed out to the rest of the world. Have I ever shown you this, Ken? I have it framed, but I can take it out if needs be. This is it's a record, like vinyl record, of a Goon Show episode. So Goon Show being, for your listeners who don't know it, the greatest comedy show ever made, next to the Jack Benny Show, I would say.
For those who are listening, we had just picked up where the ghost of Peter Sellers was off, had canceled the reunion of the Goons.
That's right. Yeah. So this is really cool. This is a vinyl of a single episode called Yeti. So Ken, you know me well. You know why that would appeal to me as a Goon Show episode. But
I do.
I love cryptozoology.
This is pre-satellites. This is pre-internet. This is pre tape as well.
This is 1967. This was pressed.
So this is essentially how syndication was handled.
Yeah, exactly. This is how syndication was done. But what's really interesting is the details that you get on the little label here. So again, this is the slip, and I've got the record inside. I've just framed the whole thing. But
and that's an episode of the Goon Show radio program.
Exactly.
Particular episode.
Yeah, it's one particular episode from a series. I'm not sure which series it is, but it says here. In fact, I'll open it just in case there's more details that I'm not seeing. It's a BBC transcription disc. Now, what they would do is they would send these to radio stations around the world. Ah, yes. I'm glad I opened it. Look, I've got I've got original papers from it that come. I've completely forgot that it came with that. That's
Those need to be
fantastic.
framed separately beside it on either side.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So,
This is why you don't frame things in frames with other things
well,
behind
it's
them
also why you do, because I might have lost that had I not have done that.
or accidentally given it away.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. So, what you get with one of these sheets, in fact, it looks like it's both. This is BBC Transcription Service continuity sheet for overseas announcers for what they need to do. So, Goon Show Yeti, duration 28 minutes, 46 seconds. Side one begins announcer. This is the BBC. Music short chord. That was the orchestra. That's Peter. Side one ends. Announcer. Announcer Wallace Greenslade, the program producer by Peter Eaton. Announcement ends 26:50. So it then gives you, what is it? Music copyright sheet. So all the music that's used is on the second one. So basically it's the instructions, like that's your in, that's your out when you're playing this at your radio station. The most interesting thing about it is it says on it, you've got BBC Transcription Service, you've got the duration, then you've got this bit here that says expiry date 30th of June 1967, 3667. And the reason that they say expiry date on them is these were only licensed for a period of time whereby once you hit that date, you were legally bound to smash these and kill them because you couldn't have all of these records hanging out that you could then resell on or hand over to other people. So
or
I'm holding a
replay.
thing or replay, exactly. And so I'm holding a thing that should have been smashed back in 1967, but someone just didn't do that. But that's how they used to do it. They would send all of these records around, you'd have it, and that's your expiration date. I guess maybe in some cases they might send it back to the BBC, but I remember at the time when I bought this going, what does that mean? Reading into it and finding out that that was part of the process, because why would you send it back? You just smashed it.
So how many of these have you found out are extant? Have you seen any others come up?
I've never seen this specific episode, but I've seen a couple of Goon Show vinyl come up, and there's always episodes that are separate to this. I mean, because there was a lot of episodes that they made, so there would have been a lot of vinyl. There's probably a bunch of these out there, possibly, or this might be the only one. Who knows?
Or they don't know what they have because they could just say,
Yeah.
"Oh, it's a Goon album. It looks a little weird."
Yeah, exactly. God, I'd love to know. There's a signature of someone on there from in the BBC. I'd love to know who that is.
Have you physically played the
Addison.
record?
No, I haven't. No, I don't. I haven't got a record player. I used to. I'm going to buy one again, but I haven't. But that would be a cool thing to do. A live streaming of
A listening
what?
party.
Yeah,
I mean,
pirate.
it is past its expiry date. You are not supposed to be playing it.
Yeah, exactly. It is illegal. It's highly illegal, but that's why it's behind glass in a museum. That's the whole point.
You, at the very least, before you reframe it, should take photos of those papers before you put them back in
Okay,
there.
I'll do that and send it to you.
That way you can, and you can also, for yourself, have the ability to look at them at any time.
Yeah, I mean, other than looking cool, I don't really need them for anything. But they do look cool. They look at this Big Ben with this British lion at the top. I mean, that's pretty badass.
See, now here's something that we're getting into when
Yeah,
it comes to collections and having things like this that have histories behind them. And a lot of the stuff that you and I have are sort of nesting anecdotes
yeah.
of, they lead to other things or other things lead to them and beyond them. So what part of you thinks about, if you have thought about it, I'm assuming you have, I have, of at some point documenting the context of all of the things you have, because at some point, naturally, we're going to be gone. And we
Yeah,
have the context for why these things are unique. But if you have that record, you haven't, let's say, it doesn't come up in conversation with your kids at any point. We haven't had this
yeah.
conversation. That's just a thing that exists in your ephemera that at some point they inherit potentially, what context is provided unless you document what all these, essentially being a museum caretaker and documenting all of the stuff that you have in your own personal museum.
Yeah, I think at some point maybe that's something I'll think about doing. But I think all this stuff, like this show and the other things where I've mentioned the other things that I own, it's all out there somewhere. And I think probably what will happen is one day one of my sons will have a friend who will be interested in it, and they might listen to a bunch of stuff and piece it together. Because then that's a fun little adventure in its own right, piecing something together. And they'd have to be bothered to do it. But such a nice book that I was reading tonight. I imagine you have a copy, or at least have perused it. Perused it. The Judd Apatow put together Gary Shandling book. It's Gary Shandling's book, which is all his journals and so on. And that's just got a really interesting beginning, because he's trying to say that Shandling was a Buddhist. He didn't have really any possessions in his house. He didn't really have any photos out. But then after he died, they sort of went into his attic or the back rooms of his garage, and they discovered hundreds of boxes that had literally everything that he ever did, all of his diaries and so on. And then that became Judd's job, to piece together and contextualize all of these weird artifacts that he had. So I think you've done the same thing. I do the same thing. We've sort of laid the breadcrumbs in shows like this. But like, to your point, I think isn't it wonderful that not only is that just like a killer bit of history from comedy, this amazing landmark British show, which has influenced American comedians in ways that most Americans won't appreciate until they hear it from the mouth of the comedians in question, like Dan Aykroyd, being hugely influenced by it. But then to find out, I love it when you find out the admin of what an object is, and that really excites me.
Here.
Yeah,
it was stated it explicitly should not still exist.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I mean, I'm reading
how much of that stuff is just about the preservation instincts of us through sentimentality or an appreciation. That is a thing that was supposed to be a piece of ephemera that had a definite exit.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be gone. That was intended to be gone. That was no value. The same way a lot of the missing material from the BBC because of tape erasures.
Yeah.
Things were there was not a perceived value to a lot of these things. But somebody at some point said, you know what? I'm going to keep that.
Yeah, they must have, because I imagine wherever that was sent is going to be a radio station that was just had to play stuff. They didn't, they would have had 1,000 shows on vinyl that they just wouldn't have cared for and smashed, that someone else coming on your show.
Archer's records were destroyed.
Oh my God. Exactly. Can you record over vinyl? I don't think you can, right? I think once it's pressed, it's pressed.
I mean, I don't even think you can. I'm assuming you could remelt it. You could reuse.
Maybe that's what you'd have to do. You'd have to remelt, and start from scratch. Yeah,
but you certainly couldn't re-etch grooves.
Yeah, but I like it's what this item kind of gets me interested in the territory of.
You can. I want to make a quick note because Neil made a song about recycled vinyl called Recycled Vinyl Blues, with bits of old songs that would creep up through the song that had been repressed on the vinyl.
So good. Really?
Yes.
Have you got a copy of that?
Vinyl Blues.
But it's completely obviously made up, right? Like he
incorporated bits of other songs into it as the songs that were creeping in to this recycled vinyl.
Genius. One of the things that I regret that I don't have anymore, and I can still picture like the vessel that it's in, and I just don't know where it is from the day that I first met Neil Innes, which was through you on your trip to the UK. And the three of us went to a cafe around the corner and had just a classic kind of terrible English breakfast in a cheap cafe. And he was taking
mismatched seats. None of which were the proper height for any form of comfort at all.
Yeah, exactly. He drove from somewhere from his countryside house to pick you up from my house to take you to the airport. And so we had breakfast, he came back, and then you guys went off. And as you went off, I saw on the floor, and I assumed it was from him. There was a golf tee, like that you would put into the ground and put a golf ball on. I thought, oh, that must have fallen from Neil's car. And I was like, oh, cool, Neil's golf tee. So I kept it, and I've lost it, and that's I think like I have occasional pangs of things that I've lost over the years, and for some reason that one comes up as
I
part
can
of the.
guarantee I do not have it.
Yeah,
There's
no,
no way I could have it.
you couldn't have, no, because you were gone. You were in a plane at that point. But yeah, I love like these kind of things are bits of comedy history that I don't know about, and I always find that really fascinating when you hear about things. There's a guy who I did a fact about him, or I kind of tangentially did a fact about him on Fish, where he was the greatest card flipper of say like Bob Hope's doing a monologue and
Cue
every joke is
cards.
written. Yeah, but he was like his job was like the guy who would do the timing of flipping each card so that Bob would have the beats perfect and know how it's like someone, moving the speed of an auto cue. He was known for his thing. So Bob took him everywhere. He took him to all of the overseas war benefits that he was doing. And in one case, saved the lives of them all when I think it was the story of something like he dropped a bunch of cue cards and had to spend so long collecting them that then the cars that they were in couldn't leave until a few minutes later, and those few minutes bought them the time that would have had them dead had they arrived on time at a hotel where a bomb was planted and exploded. So like they all go, "Oh, the cue card guy, he saved us with his fumbling silliness." So he's just a guy who's got lots of stories within the Bob Hope world, but he kept all of the cue cards. He's got them, and somewhere in Hollywood, there's a storeroom that his children have of every single one of these Bob Hope jokes, and Jack Benny and Phyllis Diller and all those comics that he would do it for. I'd love a cue card from there. I'd love something like that, just that little bit of history. And today I was reading this book. I don't know if you've got this book, Ken. It is phenomenal. It's called Poking the Dead Frog, and it's by Mike Sachs. And he wrote.
He's also done a lot of comedy novels as well.
Yeah, I've just ordered a few, and we've just made contact, me and him, because I just put a tweet out or Instagram saying I love this book, and he messaged, and I'm so excited because I love when it's the best thing about social media is if you love someone and you manage to make contact with them, you can have these kind of overseas friendships. But he was, but just so anyone listening, fucking amazing book, just incredible. Poking the Dead Frog is got so many interviews with so many incredible people I've never heard of, and I've just become very obsessed. And there's one interview which is just relevant to what we're talking about, which is an interview with someone who is one of the lead writers for the team who writes for the Oscars. So it doesn't matter who the host is, he will be sort of part of the team. Steve Martin, it would be James Franco, it'd be Billy Crystal. And he was talking about how Billy Crystal created what was effectively a 300-page Bible that they would keep on the side of the stage. And the idea was that in the Bible was multiple scenarios of how things could have played out from an acceptance speech that someone gave. Or so Billy could run off and go, that person's won. Let's see what jokes we have for them. Oh, they've not accepted it. Let's see what the joke is about. Or they've said something controversial. What's the joke that we have that is matching the controversy? And so I'd love like that.
Choose your own adventure.
Exactly that. That's what I want. I want a copy of the 300-page Billy Crystal Oscars joke book. That would be incredible. But I don't know where that would be. Maybe with this writer.
6-7 times.
Mm.
There's a few of them out there. I'm assuming he's kept them all for his records.
He must have them. I'm also reading Alan Zweibel's book at the moment.
Zweibel, yeah.
God damn, it's good as well. Like it's his autobiography, Laugh Lines. So good. There's something really. I had Joel Morris on my We Can Be Weirdos podcast the other day. He's a. Do you know Joel? He's Jason and Joel write a lot of comedy for
I
Charlie
certainly,
Brooker,
yeah,
and
do know of Joel.
yeah, he's a very big leading UK joke writer. You wouldn't know his name necessarily, but in the comedy world, people know his name. And yeah, he. What was I saying? We were talking a lot about the joke writing process. And oh, yeah, it was just like through chatting to him that I've suddenly become interested back into the world of joke writers, because that I remember being given a book that was written by Gene Perrott, who was a Bob Hope writer. It was just how to write comedy. But when you're reading it, all the bits that get you into the exercises that he's describing is about him sort of working for Bob Hope in the writer's room. It's the first time I read about like the writer's room and this idea of just someone bashing out gags at a hit rate of like, you can almost put a miles per hour against it because they just had to write so fast for Bob, and being so excited about that world. And I still get excited about that world. So when you read like Alan Zweibel's book and Poking the Dead Frog and Here's the Kicker by Mike Sachs, that's his original one. It's just heaven. It's just, I love it. I just love the background stories on everything.
Well,
Peg Lynch.
That's just you in general.
I know, but joke writing, the older I get, I realize it's just all about jokes. That's all it's about. It's the greatest invention. It's just
would you ever go
thing.
back on stage and do stand-up again?
Yeah, definitely. I think maybe that's why I'm getting the feeling of enjoying reading about it again so much, because I can smell that that's the next step. And it's not going to be on, I did stand up for years and I was very much trying just to do stand up. And I guess as you get older, you suddenly realize, oh no, I'm just going to do what I think I should be doing on stage. And that's an exciting feeling to suddenly go, okay, well, I don't do that kind of like observational stuff. What do I do? Oh, I do that kind of thing, and that works. And okay, I'll build that show.
Well, you find your voice. You find what your
yeah, exactly. And you also realize that it's not all about just being one particular type of like commercial stand-up. There, to begin with, that's never the main thing anyway. But it's fun. It's fun going on stage and trying to have a hit rate of gags, and that's killer. There's nothing like that feeling when you're in a club and you're doing that. But like in the last 10 years, I've discovered amazing people like Ken Campbell, who I don't know if you've ever explored his stuff, but he's phenomenal. And I've been reading this book, Swimming to Cambodia. Do you know that? I mean, that guy is so interesting. I've not seen him perform live. What's his name again? He's called Grayson or something like that.
We're gonna
yeah.
keep talking.
Swimming to Cambodia. Oh, Spalding Gray. That's it. Yeah. Just interesting monologuing, which is comedic and narrative and
so
all that
what
stuff.
did you determine was your voice? What do you think is Dan Schreiber comedy? What?
I think it's narrative. I think it's a mixture of lowering the lights, telling actually like a spooky story, and getting scares and getting, creating a full show that is, when you walk away, it was more than just being outright jokes. Although that's what I want the main thing for it to be, because I think that's what I love. So
you want to provide an evening with.
Yeah, I want to do, when you read about like what Barry Humphries used to do, where a Dame Edna show, certainly in his earlier years, very much was like people falling out of balconies and then being on wires and scaring the audience. And, there was a lot of drama and a lot of show in it that would sort of just give you that feeling of like, what is going on here? Darren Brown-esque kind of stuff, those are great shows. So yeah, but I mean, and then I might get up there and it's just going to be dick jokes for an hour. So we'll see. We'll see.
Why wasn't one of your shows just called that?
What, dick shows for an hour?
Maybe it's just dick jokes for an hour.
Maybe it's just dick jokes for an hour. Well, I did. My only show was called Cock Blocked from Outer Space, so it was a dick-based gag that ran through the whole thing.
Was that your friend's show?
That was my Fringe show. Yeah, I love doing that.
But
Um,
that's what? How many years ago now?
that
10?
was 20. That was 2014. Yeah, yeah. This is the 10-year
I mean,
anniversary
the
of it.
10th anniversary is a good time to come back out.
Exactly. Yeah, to bring out the next.
It's not
Yeah,
too
where
late,
was I?
right? You can always throw money away at the Fringe.
Exactly. I can destroy my mortgage situation. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but it's for comedy. It's
Yeah.
justifiable.
That's the whole thing. It's all about jokes.
The kids will understand it.
Yeah, they'll get it when they're unpicking what made him risk it all. He's mentioned he's left the breadcrumbs in various shows that he's just a
Let's see how much
Plume
this
show.
record is worth so we can sell
Yeah.
it.
Oh, damn it. Plume talked him into smashing it live on his show at the end.
Always money in the banana stand.
Yeah.
So what we should move on to your next item.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, this is quite a fun thing. I got this on an eBay win. Again, comedy history kind of thing. So you'll see this as a sort of handwritten note. It's not original handwriting; it's a print. I'll take it out of its frame, and this is a note that reads, "Hi, thank you for writing to me. I'm glad you enjoy my work. Here's a picture for you. I hope." Sorry, it's in cursive that I'm finding hard to read. "Here's a picture for you. I hope you like it. If I perform a live concert near you and you bring this, you may come to my dressing room and we can meet. Hope to see you soon, Andy Kaufman." And so this is a postcard that if you wrote to Andy Kaufman's management or to him and it got forwarded to them, you would get this back in the mail, a pre-printed postcard with that note that you would bring as your extra ticket to his shows and get access to him backstage. And I love
It's your backstage pass to Andy Kaufman.
exactly, and I love that
As a true fan who wrote to him.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a cool. Like, I'm planning a different kind of live show thing. Yeah, I'm going to use it. Yeah.
Does it work with Bob Zamuda?
It should do. I bet it does. That's a way in to get an interview with Zamuda.
That's who you should have on We Can Be Weirdos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested about Zamuda because I wonder. I often think, is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? What is he? He's a comic relief guy, so he obviously cares, but does he? I don't know. He's such an enigma,
we've known a lot of people in those worlds that can just be opportunistic.
Yeah, exactly.
In those worlds for that reason and not entirely altruistic.
What I think annoys me about Zamuda, and I'm not having a crack at him because I think he's done phenomenal things. Particularly comic relief was an amazing thing, which will come up in a bit in this show as well. But I do find the whole sort of like his last book about Andy Kaufman sort of made the suggestion that Andy is still alive, and I just say, come on, mate, we're all not buying into, like, it's not even good bluffing anymore. It's just, it just seems a bit sort of like overcooked. So yeah, but he's obviously a huge cultural influencer of what he's done. I mean, comic relief and setting that whole thing up in the name of Andy Kaufman. Basically, it was off the back of his death, and he did that night, which you'll see at the end of Man on the Moon, where Zamuda is watching from the back as a Tony Clifton character is on stage. But that was a night to celebrate the night of Andy Kaufman, and they raised money for charity, and lots of people who were very famous comedians were in the crowd to come to this thing, and Zamuda kind of looked around and went, God, this is amazing. We've raised a lot of money for charity. I wonder if we scaled this up, if we could do this. What if I got Billy and Robin and Whoopi and huge, absolutely amazing. So actually, scratch any bullshit I just said about him. He's a great guy.
And a strong argument could be said that what he has done performance art wise over the years has kept that legend of Kaufman alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know why I had a crack at him. I don't know what I was doing there.
Because as with all performance art, there are questions to be asked
Well, I
about it,
think,
and what the motivations are for continuing a bit for
yes,
so long.
that's true. Also, I think Andy was just quite a dick as well. Have you ever heard his record, his comedy album, as it were?
If I did, it was many, many years ago, and I don't
So his
recall.
whole life was performance
But
art.
all of his stuff is it dares you to enjoy it.
Yeah, but it also ruins the lives of so many people in the making of it, which I find that a bit hard to reconcile.
There's
My
some
loving
of
it
it
now.
was okay. Like some of it wasn't destructive, but the majority of it, yes, was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
uh emotionally manipulative in a negative fashion.
Yeah, I mean, I again scratch what I said. I love him. I think he's amazing. But there's when you listen to this record, he used to just go around with a tape recorder all the time and record real life. Performance art basically was his life more so than we realize. It was literally happening in his day to day for his own pleasure. He had no intention of releasing those tapes. Just someone found them, like the Gary Shandling thing I was talking about with Apatow, and they said, I'm just going to release this. And you hear it's just quite disturbing, the kind of the jerky boy-esque pranks that he was pulling on people. And he would pick fights in the street. You can hear it on the tape. He's picking fights with innocent people, forcing them into a position where they're getting into fist fights with him. And it's so weird. Like it's just properly weird. And I've just found that a bit hard to sort of enjoy as I've gotten older. But Kaufman, that thing, I'm a huge, huge fan. There's a book that I have. I wonder if you've got this, Ken. Where is it? I sort of brought it in with me. Oh yeah, it's here. This was his this was his novel that he was working on his entire like last 3 or 4 years, maybe longer. And it never got finished, but they published it anyway. And I think it's okay because it's got a foreword by um, Bill Zemi, who wrote Lost in the Funhouse. There's a brilliant biography that was done on him.
Is it at least I
And
don't have it. Is it at least a complete first draft? I mean,
it,
is it a complete story, just not
I don't
revised and
know.
edited?
No, I think he doesn't get to the end of it, as far as I know. But what's just really great about it is he was just constantly working on it, and the way that they've presented it is where's a good example of it? When you get to any section, so you'll see on the page that I'm showing you here, it looks as if that's a new chapter, right? You've got this heading where it's sort of breaking it, and
What
it's
is
at
the
least
date
a
on
break.
that?
The date is July 10th to 14th, 1980.
Oh, I just
And then
noticed my
it's,
birthday.
oh, really? Wow, what a weird coincidence. Um, Green, which one is it? Is it all
July
4
10th.
days?
Yes, it's all 4 days. Well, I keep it going.
um, Green Valley Road, it says underneath. And then you might get December 24th, 1981, 3:40 a.m., New York Hilton. And basically all of those things are where he noted, because he wrote it in one big notebook, the time, the date, and the place he was writing the next bit of the book. He would have taken that out if it was published, but they've decided to leave that in. And so it's really cool because there's just something about
So much like the
placing.
atlas, you can chart place and time.
Yes, exactly. It's so cool in that respect. And
Have you
again,
synced that
it's
up with what he was in town in those specific areas doing?
no, I haven't, because I haven't read the book yet, because again, it's so dull. It's
Like, I'm curious, here's what he was writing while he was being thrown off SNL.
well, yeah,
Or
I mean, September 16th, 1982, 9 p.m. Taxi dressing room. So he's in the dressing room, he's waiting to do Taxi,
but you
and
could
he's
actually correspond that to what episode they were filming.
yeah, you could. So that's what's cool, isn't it? That's so amazing, and it's such a weird, unique thing that I've not seen in other books. And again, I just love that, even as you say, kind of like Zamuda is helping him to live on his legacy. And in this case, it looks like the editor might have been Bill Zemi, or at least had a big hand in it. And they made that conscious decision. And by making that decision, they've added new angles of originality of his mind that maybe he didn't even intend. Like they've helped to create something that is just wonderful to see inside a book. Um, the July 21st, 24th, 1981, 3:40 p.m. Jack and Wanderers Men Martins. Like, what is that? The Boston Sheraton. So he's obviously on tour here. London, Savoy. When was he in London? I didn't even know that. So yeah,
Well,
I love it.
Now you need to
I'm gonna
chart Andy Kaufman's time in London.
exactly. I'm gonna read this. It's taken me a while to get around to it because he's written a book which is kind of deliberately dull. It's about a guy called Huey Williams, sorry, and he's just got a slightly average life. So you've got all these amazing kind of like Savoy London, but it's just continuing on with this
So
quite
much
basic
like all
story.
of his performance, he's challenging you to read it.
Exactly, yeah. And so this will be my infinite jest. You know, this will be my David Foster Wallace. And I will read it.
If you could have Kaufman on We Can Be Weirdos,
Yeah.
what would you want to ask him?
Is this like through a seance or is he alive?
I don't know. It might be while Zamuda's guesting. I don't know. Whatever way you want to.
Well, I would be interested just in his general beliefs. I think he was a performance artist, and so I don't think there's anything that I would want to unpick. I'd want to try and get under his skin about ideas like that, like the card, and like I just want to find out more of where there's something so nice and original about all these two things I've shown you of Kaufman's that aren't even known. Like I haven't read anywhere that he used to give anyone a card where you have it as a backstage pass. And,
Yeah, the only one you hear about is like Steve Martin.
Yeah, exactly. You met me card, exactly. I love, like, I think that's the brilliance of comedy is that the mind extends more than the joke. It's into sci-fi. It just happens to not be sci-fi, but it's kind of like progressive thoughts that I don't know. I'm probably what I need to do is sit down for a very long time and try and work out what I think about why comedy is so uniquely interesting. Because obviously we know it's unique, but
what
I think,
to you?
Yeah, because it's for me,
is there
it's
a
more
genre that you concentrate on?
No,
things that you seek out, or it's just in the moment this thing seems weird and interesting? Have you bought any canceled checks? Have you gone that route of?
Yeah, I do have one check, which is a Zeppo Marx check. And again, I bought it because
I knew you'd have a canceled check. I knew all people who I talked to would have a canceled check.
I bought it. Yeah, it was probably my first purchase in terms of this. Yeah, well, Zeppo again. It's sort of like it's the item that allows you to then tell people about this extraordinary character that no one seems to know about. Zeppo Marx.
It's affordable.
Yeah, it is very affordable. Zeppo, that thing that I found out for years and years ago when it was on the B series of QI, which is that this is one of those ones where I found the source and I can't remember what it is now, so I'd need to go and find it again. But he created what was it? The latch that released. He invented it, the latch that released the atomic bombs over Japan. Zeppo Marx. I mean, that's phenomenal. He was an inventor, and that was one of his things. Like, you would never put the Marx Brothers together with that event.
Why was not this?
Why were the Marx Brothers not in Oppenheimer? Unbelievable. You're right. You're right.
Get Nolan on the phone.
Yeah.
Or sequel.
Yeah. It's just for that one bit. Yeah, I love, so that item is kind of, for me, it's like, I look at that and I think about Zeppo and I think about all the weird life that he has. So Ephemera slightly for me is to make me think differently when I look at it. It's not just for the sake of having it. It's often, it gives me a way of sort of accessing the interest to think differently, if that makes sense. Sounds really wanky, but that's kind of like, I guess we all have our reasons for why we collect certain things. And I like to look at things and go, I want to do something like that person did, or I want to I want to. The Zeppo thing is more just an interesting hidden story to someone who barely anyone knows. That's what I like about that. That makes me go, I want to find someone else's Zeppo story. I want to write Zeppo's story. Why has no one written Zeppo's story? He was an amazingly weird character in life. His wife left him for Frank Sinatra. He had horses. He invented he had like racing horses and bred them. Like he had an invention that told you if you were having a heart attack, which was a watch. He was like constantly inventing weird things, and no one really knows that about him.
No, he should have given that to Chico.
Which one?
The watch.
The watch, yeah. Marx Brothers are huge for me. Ted, my middle son, his middle name is Harpo, and I desperately wanted to call him Harpo as his first name, but we compromised on the middle name.
The middle name does not appear on the birth certificate. No,
yeah. Yeah.
I just call him Harpo.
Yeah. I kind of figure, because you kind of with kids, you just got to lay down the names and then their friends will do the job later. I'm sure a friend will see.
You were committed to the bit. I mean, you're having enough kids. You could have had every one of them have a middle name of a Marx brother.
Yeah, no, I know. It didn't occur to me until, well, actually, no, to be honest, I have a sort of weird, interesting love and then slightly distant relationship with my heroes, like the Marx Brothers or any of the other people, which is you like them, but you also want to do your own thing. You also want to make your own mark. And sometimes if you're too aligning yourself with the people that you love, you just become their shadow, and you sort of think, well, no, I want to try and do something. So with my kids, it was like, no, I want to give them an original name. I want to give them their own names so that they can do their thing. I don't want them to be named after Steve Martin or Charlie Chaplin or, John Lennon or whatever. And Ted's was the only one because it just felt right. It just felt interesting as opposed to trying to make him be under a shadow of someone like that. That was the only time. With the rest of the kids, I didn't really, because I tried to change my name to Daniel Indiana Craig Schreiber when I was growing up because I was so in love with Indiana Jones, and I just I'm now glad I didn't. My mom was totally like, when we moved to Australia, she put my name down on all the school forms as Daniel Indiana Craig Schreiber. So I was, as far as the schools were concerned, that was my name. And then I kind of just let it go after a while. I don't know why. I just kind of thought.
So do you still have school records that have that name written on it?
I doubt it, because I think it was just like one or two sheets. I don't think it was official. I just know that she did that. I remember very specifically. Yeah, it wasn't even humoring. She thought that's what I was doing. So she was like, okay, well that's what we'll do. And then she would have.
You still could.
No, but my point is that I don't want to. Like, that's the. Although now I'm Daniel Craig Schreiber, so I've got the Bond thing.
Yeah. See?
But that's unintentional. That wasn't there for me.
Now you got to throw the Indiana in just to break it up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but then like James Harkin on Fish made the point that my initials would be Dicks, so probably not good.
Looks great on a poster. Brings them in at the fringe.
An hour of dicks. Yeah. Dick jokes. Yeah.
Anything to bring them in the door.
God, no, actually, I should do that because that is Dick's Jokes is a good title. Yeah. Damn it. All right.
Well,
I always go away with a list stuff I told you.
Show.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've only got a few months to prep that.
I don't know how much of the list that we prepare in these conversations ever actually come to be.
No, I know. So that's what I like about it. It's just all good. So somewhere
we should revisit our old shows.
Yeah, but there's like
you actually did.
I think it's more that there are multiple universes, and one version of me is going to do one of these things. Like all of these ideas will have happened.
Indiana Schreiber is going to be doing.
Yeah, exactly.
So the card, is that the frame that you bought it in, or did you buy that frame specifically for it?
No, my wife bought a bunch of frames, and I slowly over the years have taken the photos out of them and sort of slipped my own stuff, just put them back out. So that's one of Fenella's.
Now you're in a new
But
house.
yeah,
Do you have a formal office set up yet?
I do. Yeah, yeah. I've got a so we've been very lucky because we've moved to the seaside and we had a house that we bought in London, and London property value prices versus the rest of the country, there's a big discrepancy. So we were able to get a bigger place out here, and it's got a garage, which I'm going to be converting into a podcasting studio. But at the moment, while that's not ready to be done, we've got a room here, which I've turned into my office. The first time I've ever had an office, and that's hugely exciting. But and it's great for Fenella as well, because she's like, finally, I can just lump all your shit into one room
Give me
away
my
from
frames back.
yeah, exactly. If no, actually, the frames have got worse. I put I just put it on the wall the other day, which she still hasn't taken down, which I'm surprised by. But I bought a postcard off eBay of Mork, a Robin Williams. It's really sweet. It's really cool, and it's got a handwritten postcard note on the back from some kid writing to his uncle, and it just looks weird and retro in a gold frame. So yeah, that's up at the moment. So I've tossed out another photo of her childhood into some
But that goes
pile.
back to a lot of those hidden things. So,
Yeah,
the back of the
yeah.
postcard makes it unique and fun too, but you'll never see
Mm,
that with it framed.
I know, but then what? Like, so what do you do? Like, how do you double frame it?
Glass on both sides, and you hang it from the ceiling.
Glass in both sides. You hang it from the ceiling. What? I've just never seen that.
So it rotates,
Oh, look like the
and you get the
Tate. Oh, look like a pretentious art gallery.
Dan. Think about what you're saying, and think of the items that are hanging.
Yeah, I know, but it's a Mork. It's a cartoon drawing a Mork. It's not a Grayson Perry.
You're thinking about it though, right now. You're
I'm
considering.
thinking, is it possible? It would just look like a weird forest of stuff. I think the idea is that maybe it is glass on both sides, kind of like this is. So you can position it so that people could move it in ways, I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
It's a shame not to see both sides for context. Like that postcard, you're not seeing Andy if you're just displaying the text.
Yeah, but
You're not seeing the
also
text.
I think though that you
And in a museum
that's
space, if you had that object, it'd probably be setting in an exhibition where you could navigate around it to see all sides.
yeah, I guess I just don't care about this stuff that much. Like that's the side I want to see, and then it's fun picking it up to show people the other side. I don't know. I'm less interested in the kind of immersive experience of a Mork postcard.
You're going to have this podcast studio, and that
Yeah,
podcast, and you're going to have guests in to record.
yeah,
Part of that is going to be taking them on a tour of
yeah,
all the stuff you want to show them. So you have to have these things ready for viewing.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Exactly. But then that's when I pick them up and I show. Um, or I have like one of those lazy Susans where I can just spin around all of my pieces. You can all
Just
see them
dozens
in
of
one
lazy
go.
Susans.
Yeah, tiny lazy Susans everywhere. That's how I'll do it. I think that works much better.
So what you're saying is no touching. There'll be no
Yeah,
handling of the objects except by
no
the
handling.
host.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You'll also have to hire, but it'll
Mm.
just rotating be one of the children.
I'll have them cranking, just sitting outside the garage, giant wheel.
Dad's got another guests in.
That is what their accent's going to be like, which is worrying.
So you're
My
leaving a healthy
British
impression
kids.
on them.
Yeah. God, my British kids. So weird.
So what is your next object?
Next object is this. This is an invitation to Buckingham Palace that I got to meet the Queen and Prince Philip back in 2011, 13th of October 2011. It was just extraordinarily surreal.
So explain why you got the invitation.
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. That was what the mystery was. I got a message one day from my agent saying, I don't know if someone's winding you up, but an invitation's arrived at the office and it is for you to go to Buckingham Palace. And it's the only clue is it says in advance of the royal visit to the Commonwealth of Australia. And so I think what happened is years ago, someone set up a Wikipedia page for me, and at the bottom of it, they tagged me into a whatever that's called, where it's like you can click various, it's like a filing system, right? So it's like you would say stuff like comedians who were born overseas, comedians who were born from Australia but live in England, you know, that sub tagging kind of thing.
Right.
And I think it said notable Australians. And so if you go to a notable Australians living in the UK, I'm not a notable Australian living in the UK, but someone tagged it. And I think whoever was at Buckingham Palace must have gone cut and paste who these people were, pop that in there, and an invitation came my way. So I found myself.
So at that point, you had been working on QI, Museum of Curiosity was a
Museum of Curiosity, yeah.
But those were your two big within the UK.
Yeah, that projects. Was it. Yeah, that was all. Like I wasn't doing stand up at that point. I was on the brink of I was like starting stand up, but I wasn't doing it properly. It was just it was so surreal, and I don't have as a foreigner to this country, even though I am British through my mum, I don't have that kind of love-hate thing with the royals. I just was looking at this extraordinary woman who's I've known my whole life is on money and you know everywhere, the Queen. I get to go to her palace and meet her. Of course, I'm going to go do that. And actually, I really wanted to because I knew that Prince Philip was very insulting to most people that he met, and I heard a story which I so desperately wanted to verify, which I had been doing as part of my stand-up, and it can't be true. It must just be a joke, but there's a story that it's one of those stories that the more I researched it led into just so many interesting things. And it was that there used to be a president of Zimbabwe called CAN Banana. And I used to do jokes in my stand-up about, you know, a president called Banana. And he had his wife, Janet Banana. She lives in the UK. I think she might have passed away now. I'm going to actually check that up. But horrible person, was very repressive of all his people for multiple different reasons, and he banned anyone from making fruit jokes. So if you told a fruit joke, you went to jail in Zimbabwe in the years that he was in power. That's how like sensitive and horrible he was. He was like, I don't want anyone making jokes about my name. So he came to England in this period while he was president. And the story goes that he's introduced to Prince Philip, and someone says, Philip, this is Banana, President Banana, Prince Philip. And Philip says to him, President Banana, did you come on your own or were there a bunch of you? And I just love that as an anecdote. And I wanted to ask Philip. I thought, this is my chance. I get to ask Philip about this thing
he had made.
Yeah. I was like, did you say, because I can't find solid evidence. Did you actually say, because it's so
I love
absolutely
treat an invitation to Buckingham Palace as a way of doing research.
Yeah, it was fact checking. That's why I was there, basically. And I thought I would get time with him because I knew that we were going to be introduced at one point to them. I didn't know in what kind of context it would happen, but I knew that it was at some point hopefully going to happen. And what it ended up being was we all got in a massive queue and we just kind of walked down as if we were kind of boarding a plane. Like you get to the two people who just like scan your passport and then check your tickets and say, go like, that's where we were pit stopping with the Queen and Philip.
Them, as opposed to like a royal variety performance receiving line where they would.
Exactly. It's the opposite of the receiving line. We were boarding and we had to pass. And so
they were like an animatronic at the end of an amusement park ride.
Yeah, exactly. And it was so nerve-wracking because you get this, as well as the invitation, you get a ticket saying you can park in the area. You get this little card that has your name on it. And
Do they collect all
You
that stuff afterwards? Is that why you did not have that, or do you have that?
no, I have it. I still have it somewhere in the house. Um, but you also get this big list of things that you need to say to the queen and to fill it. The first time you meet her, you say mom. The second time you say, like, it's got all these rules. And so you're half freaking out going, if she engages me in conversation, I'm going to be thinking, what am I meant to say next, as opposed to being present in the conversation and just having a good chat. So I saw her, we shook hands. I do a thing sometimes where I feel very present with a handshake. I make sure to like feel the handshake. So I remember feeling the handshake with her, like going, our hands are shaking.
So, what are your memories of her hand?
Yeah, just like a nice firm. She was a shortish kind of woman with small hands, and she had a glove on, and
But
it was
like a
like,
firm grip? Was
yeah, it
she?
was a firm grip. It was a firm grip, definitely. And so was Philip's. And when I got to Philip, I thought, okay, here's my moment. And in my head, I thought, he knows he's meeting Australians here. So when I say, pleasure to meet you, he's going to hear that I'm not Australian, and he's going to go, what, they've let in some American or whatever. I just thought that's my invitation to sort of get the chat going. And I'll never forget, I sort of said, pleasure to meet you. And he looked at me, and he went to say something, and then he sort of just went, nah, and then just let me go. It's like he was like, insult? Oh, so I'll do the next person. And so I never got
So
to I
you
never
were
got to ask
one
him.
of the few people who did not get
Yeah.
Prince Philip insult.
Yeah. I was so close.
What
I
a unique
saw it. I
honor.
saw it.
What a
Yeah.
unique honor to be denied.
Honestly, it was like halfway. The brain had the thought, and then he just went, "Do you know what? I can't be bothered." So I never got to ask
Or by
him.
that point, he was super aware of how these gaffes had spun out.
Yeah.
Maybe he was self-conscious.
Yeah, possibly. It's possible. I think when you just are that powerful, you don't have any restraint over it because there's no real consequences, particularly for someone like me. Like, what are the consequences of saying something ridiculous to
I'd
someone
love
like
if you just
me?
blurted out banana, and that
Yeah,
would be the only
yeah.
interaction you'd have with him before you were shuffled
Uh,
along, and he just
just
quizzically looking after you.
it's my big regret because actually now I have so many questions for him because since I wrote my book, which is all about weird theories and stuff, I discovered through the course of my research that he was a huge ufologist and basically ran what effectively was an X-Files unit at Buckingham Palace. He had people come to the palace to give their reports about all the UFOs that they believed they had seen. He had an equerry who he used to send out if there was someone who was like, apparently there's a humanoid alien living in London. Okay, go meet them, find out what's going on. He had a subscription to Flying Saucer magazine. He read constant UFO books. He had maps. He had firsthand accounts. Like, the guy was
You could
obsessed.
have had him
And
on the show.
he would have been an amazing guest on We Can Be Weirdos. His son, the current king, will be an amazing guest on the show if I ever get him. I have so much to
He'd
ask.
appreciate your goon record.
He would. That's how I get him, presumably. He would love that story as
Invite
well.
him over for the listening party.
Yeah, exactly. That's how to get him. I've got the Yeti on vinyl.
And drinking from Spike Milligan's shot glasses.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And Peter's
Uh,
ghost showing up.
he was in Footlights, King Charles. He did Footlights at
did,
Cambridge.
he did footlights?
He did Footlights. And apparently there was a rule that you couldn't make fun
did
of
he
him.
do footlights with? Who was in
I
that group?
can't remember, but I have a feeling it's like Clive James and that generation. I'm not sure. He did a couple of smokers. I don't know if he like officially became part of the Footlights. I need to look into that because that's a great fact if it's true.
I'd love to know one of the pieces he participated in.
You hear these like little facts in passing that I always have a list that come out in chats like this, and they keep going, God, I must look into that. Like earlier
who's the
tonight,
repository of footlights information that you know? Who would be the one who would know that minutia?
no one to that detail.
I don't know, but there are
Who would
people
have
out
been his
there.
contemporary at that point? Because we're talking what,
Age-wise, I don't know. I don't even know how old he
mid
is.
to late it's mid to late 60s, right?
So
When he would have been Footlights age,
yeah, he would have
late
been
60s,
late 60s.
68, 69, 70, that era around there.
Let's see. He
When was the Goon reunion that he introduced? That's 70?
um
That reunion show that they did.
yeah,
The
I don't
special.
know. I don't know. Oh, look, there's even footage. Prince Charles forgets his lines at the Cambridge Footlights. Um, you can call him Charles. Alumni recall Prince of Wales during their undergraduate years. 1970 review. He's in the 1970 review of Footlights. Isn't that mad?
So another one of those things denied him a career in comedy.
Yeah. He could have been. He could have been one of the greats. He could have been in Python.
Can you imagine him as a regular on Sorry I Haven't a Clue?
Yeah, so I wonder, like that's the really good question. Like, who are these people in the photo with him? Who was he? John Parry.
It's got to be one. I can't. Has there ever been 1 year of Footlights that hasn't had at least one alum that's done?
I think so. I think the story with Footlights is that you would have Peter Cook and Jonathan Miller, and then you would have 5 years of people trying to be Peter Cook and Jonathan Miller, and then you would have Python, or you would have Clive James, and but then Clive James wasn't. Oh yeah, Python was Eric Idle, Cleese, and Chapman,
Right.
and then you had people trying to emulate them. It was like apparently you would have these like landmark years, and then quite a few years where you wouldn't really get too much going on. I don't know if that's
They didn't have
true.
the response against them.
Exactly. Someone told me that. I don't know if that's true. I haven't looked into Cambridge Footlights enough to know. But Charles is alumni. So yeah, how weird. So weird.
I'm gonna go watch that later. I have to see.
Yeah.
Also,
yeah,
just
so
the
that's
idea of him
very
floating a
cool.
line, like how what was his recovery in floating
Yeah,
a line?
exactly.
So did you get any other souvenirs from the night? Did you
No, I
bring a
didn't.
roll home with you? Did you
I
take
didn't,
some
and it
toilet
was
paper?
no. I mean, I had an encounter with one of the princes, the only one that's not controversial, I guess, Edward, who was astoundingly rude to me. It was so funny. It was insane.
How
I
was he
was
rude?
well, I was standing in a circle with a bunch of people. So basically, it was like 200 Aussies had been invited, and I got there on the tube. I was in a suit. I was still pretty convinced this was a prank. Like I was thinking, just no way this is going to
You're
happen.
still what in your at that point maybe mid-20s? How old were you at that
Uh,
point?
yeah, 2011. So I'm born in 1984. So 1994, 2004. That's my 20s. Yeah, yeah, I'm like 27, 28.
Yeah,
Yeah.
young guy, no discernible Australian accent. You're
Yeah.
you're probably seen as odd amongst the Australians there as
Yeah.
well.
And I thought everyone here is doing kind of like oh, I run a chain of curry houses, or I like run a like there was all these kind of like jobs where and then I'm like, oh, I work on QI. Oh, I do stand-up comedy. So actually I was doing stand-up comedy at that point. I do stand-up comedy, and it felt like oh, I bet the prince, if I meet the princes, they'll be like, oh, great, I love, Prince Charles. Like my brother loves Good Show, kind of thing. So I thought, okay, if I meet them, that would be like when they go around, and this did happen. This is how it played out. Prince Edward came over, and we were in a circle, and he sort of said, "Oh, what do you do?" And so I said, "Oh, I run a series of curry houses." Oh, curry, lovely, of spices, and I love all that. And everything that everyone said, it's like he was just grappling for something basic to say about it before moving on. And then he got to me and he said, "And what do you do?" And I said, "I'm a comedian." And he went, like out, like really loud, really absolutely just like, I can't believe I'm about to talk to this guy who thinks he's a comedian. And then he said, oh, so I suppose that you think everyone here should think that you're incredibly funny because that's what you do as a job. And I was like, well,
It's a weird leap to make.
That's a weird leap to make. And he said, he said, you should have said you were something else, like a writer or something like that. I was like, but that'd be a lie. I can't remember the exact chat that we
And
had.
like, what's wrong with lying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then he goes, so then he says, someone jumps in, right? The curry guy jumps in and he says, he's a writer for the TV show QI. And Edward goes, ugh, again. Is that pretentious know-it-all show with Stephen Fry who thinks he knows everything hosting it? And I was like, oh my God, this could not go worse. And I'm in your house. Like, there's nothing is going right here. And then he went off, and that was it. That was my interaction with Prince Edward.
So not a fan of comedy.
Yeah, not a fan of comedy.
Or Stephen Fry.
Yeah, it was wild, but really fun, you know.
And that's why no one talks about Edward.
Yeah. But it's the kind of interaction that you want to have, really.
You have that memory now. For the rest of your life,
exactly.
You were in Buckingham Palace. You met the Queen.
At the Queen. Almost got insulted by Philip. So close. So close.
I mean, if you're going to have a memory, have the memory of him going, not with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And then we got so drunk. There was so much champagne there. And so my last memory is walking out of the palace.
And you came on the tube. So you have to go.
I came on the tube. Yeah, exactly. And I left via, it was really nice. I told my friend Dan Neeson, who's my best friend from school in Sydney, I was like, I think this is really going to happen. And I'm pretty sure the way in is through the main gates of Buckingham Palace. And I went up to the main gates and I said, hi, I'm here for the party. And they opened the gates for me. And I just walked through. All these tourists are there. And I was walking through the courtyard. And I said, my parents would kill me if I didn't have a photo of this. So my friend Dan came and took a photo through the gates of me walking through. It was really cool. So I've got that. And that's a really nice memory. But the leaving Buckingham Palace, being absolutely like smashed. I was drunk and wobbling out. That was the coolest experience.
Also through the front gates?
Through the front gates.
Where is that photo? Why didn't he take that?
Yeah, exactly. That's the one I need.
Had him positioned the whole time.
Yeah. But that was wild. That was very, very cool.
So what you're saying is at a certain point in the evening, dozens of smashed Aussies made their way out the front of Buckingham Palace. Just
what a wild
in London. Just let
what a wild. Well, they shouldn't have. I mean, they let us loose in Buckingham Palace. 200 Aussies getting drunk in Buckingham Palace. It was I met Adam Hills there for the first time. That was very cool. There was an Aussie artist called Sarah Blasco there, who's a musician. And then there was lots of
on We Can Be Weirdos.
Don't know. I don't really know Adam that well. I've met him twice.
Now you can share notes on what Philip told him.
Yeah. I have spoken to him about it, but I think it's the same as me. You kind of like don't really have anecdotes to give because it's so surreal and so quick.
Did they give you a memento of the night at all?
No, I guess your invitation is the memento. So if you're clever enough to keep it, that's and that's
So
that's
what picture
keep that in the bathroom.
Bought was originally in that frame.
This is actually an original me purchase, this frame. Hence the lack of classiness about it.
Very functional.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Is it on an end cap at Tesco's as an impulse buy?
Yeah.
Need frames?
So yeah, that's got quite a few frame things here actually that I seem to have as my 6 things. How many things are we on? We've had Spike Milligan.
We've had Spike Milligan. We've had the postcard.
Is Spike Milligan, is the vinyl counting in with the book?
You put it as an addendum. That's up to you.
I did. I did.
How you
I
want
think
to
it is.
count it.
I think it is. Yeah. So we've had that.
So that along with your signed copy, your personalized copy
Yep.
of his autobiography or his memoir,
Is
memoir
memoir.
of his time in the war also counts
Yeah.
as that group. Again, we're talking about nesting
Yeah.
anecdotes.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So we've done Milligan, we've done Kaufman, and then we've done the Queen.
So that's 3 of your items.
I think that's pretty solid. Yeah. Let's get another one then. So again, this one comes kind of as a bulk item, multiple bits, but I'll power through them because I don't want to bore you with all the details.
This is the show, Dan. The details are the show.
No, I know. But
your kids are going to need this in the future to really figure out what these things are.
Yeah, to work it out. This is something that means a lot. We were talking about comic relief before with Bob Zamuda, but for me, I mean, there was the British comic relief before the American comic relief, and it's still going. And it was on the other night, and they weren't allowed to use. I think Bob kind of trademarked the name in America somehow, despite the fact that it was a thing here. And
so
I think a lot of people. Yeah, I think a lot of people often think that comic relief is an American invention, but Richard Curtis was doing it here before Zamuda was doing it in America. And yeah, so a couple of years ago after the pandemic, I had an idea that No Such Thing as a Fish could potentially get involved and raise some money for comic relief. And we did end up doing it. I had this idea that we would do for 35 years of comic relief, we would, instead of our show doing 4 facts, we would do 35 facts, and we would get a new guest for each of the 35 facts, and we would do 35 minutes with them each. And that was quite a daunting task. It was a big marathon thing. I know you did a big marathon thing was it for comic relief as well?
For the 25th anniversary, I did 25 hours.
And I was on that at one point. Yeah.
I think the whole plan was to do 2 guests an hour.
Right.
So I had over 50 guests. Is that something like that? It was all a blur. All I know is the last person I talked to, the mistake I made at the end of what would have been 31, 32 hours of being awake was to have Weird Al as the final guest.
Amazing.
And
awesome.
him be fully rested and ready to go and be full Weird Al, and me being the shell of a man left at the end of a 25-hour marathon trying to keep up with Weird Al. All I remember is us doing dueling Ringo Starr impressions.
Oh, beautiful. Wow, you had Weird Al. That's a biggie. That's very cool.
So you can listen to them all if they want. They're out there. I released them, I think, as bit of a chat episodes for those.
Yeah, I think I went back to listen to ours at some point, and my mic quality was so horrific that
it was live streaming at that time.
Yeah,
was not quality.
Yeah,
at all.
But yeah, so
patching in guests.
Yeah, and you had guests not show up, and like you had to get other people. Like you were working as a producer while also working as a host.
I also had friends sending pizza that gave me food poisoning. Later in the day,
Did it really? Thing. Oh my god, I didn't know that. But yeah, so I was very proud of what we did there because again, I think is obvious. Like my big love is comedy, and I've always loved the relationship that comedy has with charity, and particularly with Red Nose Day and Comic Relief, and grew up idolizing all the people that were the founders of that. So Richard Curtis, and any time that you would see it, it would always be. And even last night, the night before, sorry, seeing it on TV and seeing Jennifer Saunders and Dawn French on there and Lenny Henry, it's just like these are
this is Comic Relief, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they're just they're of such an era of genius British comedy outputs. And really interestingly, counter to the other guests that they were having hosting the show, who were all comedians there seems to be this big new push in the UK whereby comedy has become a means to sort out the other bit of fame in your life. So, I
comedian
can't.
as presenter.
Yeah, and I'm not into it. I respect the people that do it. I'm not slating them, but I don't like it. Feel like comedians should just do the comedy. Like just do that. You don't need to be presenting quiz shows that are QI and panel shows different, because that really brings in a space for you to be you and be funny. But if you're hosting a Saturday night show or a quiz show that's an actually down the line, just like question one, fingers on buzzers. Ugh, get out of there. What's going on? And those guys,
Or
French and
reality
Saunders.
show.
Yeah, I just don't have. I'm not into it. I find it really off-putting.
I feel it's an evolution of the industry in that those side hustles are necessary to sustain.
I don't know
an
if they
income.
are.
I mean, where is the money nowadays? I think it's hard. I think it's hard to turn down those things that are the things that would be a reliable income. So I can't knock them for going, oh, here's the steady gig that lets me go have the fun to do my other things.
I guess so.
But I do think in the tone that I've noticed the difference in comic relief is there used to be much more of a loose, fun quality to the presenting, and it's a lot more polished. I think the things that about the presentation of the whole thing seems less like we're having a fun night together and hanging out, and more like here's a clip show that's been assembled for you, and we're just the linking bits between them.
Yeah, I need to go and watch the old ones again.
The go back to the first, and they are so ramshackle.
Yeah, they are. I do actually.
There's a fun energy. Just having it not be graphics package after graphics package throughout the night.
Yeah.
And I think it's also sadly a way to more easily zone out on the important bits of the night of what comic relief is all about, when it just feels like another package presentation with graphic wraparound stowing back to a presenter who's just reading off an auto cue going, okay, now let's bring in Strictly Come Dancing to do their bit for the evening.
Yeah, I only saw last night the French and Saunders bit, so I can't really comment on how it's looking. My point more about the presenters / comedians is to do with every other thing that they do in their career. Because I like comedians being presenters for comic relief. Like that's a beautiful marriage. That's exactly what it's built for. But I just can't stand.
He's fine, but Davina McCall is not a comedian.
Yeah, I mean, what you want Billy, Whoopi, and Robin, but
I want Joe Brand for an evening. That's what I want.
Exactly. And even like David Tennant, like he's great fun, but like no, give me Adrian Edmondson and give me, I don't know, just any modern comedian. I want a Rowan sketch. I know that's all
James
old school
Acaster
stuff.
For an evening of comic relief.
Exactly. That's what I want. So anyway, we got an opportunity when I had this idea. Very luckily, QI, run by John Lloyd, knows Richard Curtis. And I told John this idea. The Fish guys were really into it. And John called Richard. Richard immediately was into it. And we were able to make it happen. And it was just awesome. It was so fun, and booking all of these guests and all the drama involved in doing a live stream. And I remember it just being really fun and not intimidating, and we survived with the hours quite well. I think because I had too much going on, I didn't have time to get tired. But I also one regret is I didn't have enough time to research and be prepared for the show itself, because I was too busy trying to make the whole thing run. I wasn't doing it on my own, but I was doing a big bulk of it. There was a whole team running.
Dan hat on.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, I had to do 90% of the in-between guests reading out scripts of packages of like cutting to like. So the reason we're here tonight is, and for just a small donation, you could help fund, and that felt like a beautiful part to and an honor to be able to do that in between, say, like Michael Palin and Sandy Toxvid coming on the show, which is really cool. Anyway, at the end of it, Richard Curtis and Emma Freud, who co-runs it with him, sent me and the others this thing, which is a drawing by Charlie Mackesy, who's a very, very big sort of illustrator here. And it's just a handwritten note from them. And it means a lot because it was those benchmark things that you want to do in your career. That for me was a very big thing. And Richard Curtis in particular is a not only huge hero to me, but also someone that, like that Spike Milligan story I told earlier 3 days ago in the podcast, where I found his daughter was living in the same suburb as me. When I was 16 years old, I wrote a school play, and the school play was then put on in front of the parents of the school, and it was a musical, and I put a lot into it. I sort of wrote it and directed it, and I was one of the actors in it. I cast myself as God and wrote all the music. And then it turned out one of my best friends, and she had just never said this before, the mother of one of my best friends had never said this before. She had grown up in the UK with the sister of Richard Curtis as one of her best friends. And so she knew Richard growing up. And so she wrote to Richard just saying, there's a kid in Sydney whose play I just saw, and it has remnants of Blackadder about the script. He clearly is a big fan. I think if you had a chance to give him some encouragement, it would mean the world to him. And then months later in the post, I receive a hardback copy of Notting Hill, and inside is a note from Richard Curtis saying, to Dan, my own particular favorite writer. That's August 2001 that was sent to me, and that was huge. That suddenly was like that. This untouchable gods of British comedy were suddenly real, and like you could contact them. And this is so weird. I haven't seen this
17-year-old getting that 16, 17 at that point.
Yeah, it must be. So let's try and do the math. I'm April 2001 is my birthday. Sorry, April 1984 is my birthday. Right. This is August 2001.
So you were 17.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, 17. I went to a Steiner school. We didn't do math.
But you were still in school. You got that. You were still a student.
Yeah.
You received this.
I received that, and it was, and I'm not joking. I carried it with me everywhere, like every day at school. I just had it with me. It just was.
Why is
so
Dan carrying a copy of Notting Hill?
Notting Hill.
a book of the film Notting Hill.
Yeah. And so I found this the other day, which is nuts. This is must be a first draft of the letter that I wrote to Richard Curtis off the back of receiving. And it's obviously I've lost the rest of the letter somewhere, but
now I want to know if he still has the other half of that letter in his papers.
Yeah, I didn't just send him half the letter in the hope that one day
it's a locket to one day identify.
Yeah. Yeah, like so that's really meaningful because it was like the start of my proper journey. Like getting the Spike Milligan letter or the book was really nice and really touching, but there was something about Richard being a functioning writer and the idea that I could one day meet him, and I wrote him a letter and he wrote me a letter back off the back of that letter that I just showed you. He then wrote me a full letter. And suddenly it was like, I'm pen pals with Richard Curtis, even though it didn't go further than that. But it became real. It suddenly became real. And that's when I sort of was going, the little cogs of you should move to England and do comedies like started turning in my head. And so that and we raised like 170,000 for comic relief over that 30 or 20 hours that we did of recording. hugely proud of that. That's literally got to be probably the highlight of all the fish years. And we just turned 10 as fish, and that for me was the biggie. And just spoke to so many heroes. It was so cool. I'm sure you did the same thing where you chase the sun when you're interviewing people because everyone in England's asleep at 4 a.m., but it's, daytime in New York or,
Oh
Sydney
yeah, well, I
or
mean,
so
here it was great. In
there
the middle of
was,
the night, I could talk to all of my UK friends who were getting
yeah,
up in the morning and
yeah, exactly. So that was
functional.
that. But so as you would have done exactly the same, you're mapping that journey
Who
and
was
going,
available? Who were
who's
the night
available?
owls? Who were
Yeah,
the morning
exactly.
people?
Yeah, and just we had so many people that because at that point, Fish, we didn't really have too many guests on. This was before Anna ever went off on maternity, and we were sort of forced into having to get multiple guests on a week by week basis. So it was just like, let's finally ask all the people, and they'll probably say yes because it's comic relief. So, and we, John Lloyd pulled out his little address book that we haven't really ever used properly, and it's like, it'd be great. I'll be on the phone to him, and he's sort of going through Harry Shearer. What do you think about Harry Shearer? Like, yes, John. That obviously that would be amazing. And okay, I'll give him a call. Let's see. So yeah, so that's my fourth
You got
object.
folks you could never book on Museum of Curiosity, despite
Yeah.
trying so many times.
Well, everyone was still at home. It was still kind of like in between lockdowns, and it was I can't actually remember the exact time, but everyone was just so used to being on Zoom at this point as part of their careers. So
So it
it
wasn't a
was just
huge ask.
it wasn't a big
You're not
ask.
asking them to come to a studio. You're not asking them.
Yeah. It was nothing. All we needed was one headline fact from them. Could be about anything that they did. A few people were heroes to jump in at the last second when things went wrong. So I think we were meant to have Professor Alice Roberts, but something went wrong, and Mark Watson jumped in at the last second with a fact that he didn't know anything about, and then immediately had just read up on it and was brilliant. And that was really nice because he'd done a bunch of marathons for Comic Relief as well previously, and but just like having to live book while running the show and being on the show was, yeah, it was awesome. It was amazing.
There's something about, speaking to that Richard Curtis letter and getting the book and reaching out and knowing that these people exist out there. And now you are in some small way on their radar.
Yeah.
Makes it
Yeah.
real.
Yeah.
I remember at 11 reaching out to Ivan Reitman's office.
Oh, wow.
And connecting with his personal assistant, and her sending 8x publicity 8x10s, a signed photo of all of them that I have of the entire cast.
What, of Ghostbusters?
It was for Ghostbusters 2.
Right.
In production. And she also sent like, well, here's some letterhead that we had that had the logo before we changed it. And
That's
all of
cool.
these things. And then shortly after that, writing a fan letter to Dan Aykroyd.
Oh, yeah.
Back to Dan Aykroyd. And speaking to you, asking for a dedication or making a joke dedication suggestion to, or a prompt that got Spike to write you back with that gag. Me asking for something specific from Dan that he wholly ignored. Which me at 12 reaching out going, could you, big fan, love your work. You're my favorite actor. Could you send me a signed photo saying to a fellow blues brother?
Ah, right.
And he did not.
And he didn't.
He sent me a publicity 8x10 from My Stepmother is an Alien. And I think it says, keep cool or stay cool, something like that. And Dan Aykroyd.
Right.
And then he sent me after that. No, in the same package. He sent me another signed 8x10, but it was just a publicity photos, like if you would send out a sheet of multiple photos in a press pack.
Yeah.
Promoting Nothing But Trouble.
What's Nothing But Trouble? Is that the one he did with his brother?
That's the one he did with his brother.
Ah, right. Wow.
Not the best received film.
I haven't seen it. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that one.
But
he's a fascinating character, Dan Aykroyd, in that I didn't fully appreciate his footprint in comedy until I was in the lead up to having him on Weirdos. What an extraordinary career.
And just
Just
in culture.
powerhouse. Yeah. Powerhouse.
Back to
He
Indiana Jones. He's in an Indiana Jones film.
Yeah. I feel like
He's in We Are the World.
he hasn't had his big kind of realization from everyone that how big he is, I feel.
I think it's because he's had such an up and down career with the films that he's done.
Right.
So I think he has cultural touchstones,
Yeah.
but most of the cultural touchstones he has, he's a utility guy within them. Like the Blues Brothers.
What does that mean? He's a utility guy within them.
Meaning, I think utility guy is like a reference to, like, on SNL, you have utility players like a Phil Hartman, like, or the glue.
Yeah.
And I think Dan is a lot of glue on those.
Yeah.
Like Jake and Elwood, you're paying attention to what Belushi's doing because that's the most demonstrative aspect of the Blues Brothers, because that's the most outsized personality. Elwood is there in support of, but he holds that together because you have that grounding next to the outsized Belushi, but it's not a flashy role. The flashy role is Jake. And I think the same thing with Ray and Ghostbusters. You're going to notice Bill Murray, because Bill Murray is Bill Murray. You're going to notice the eccentricity of what Harold Ramis is doing as Egon. Ray is just sort of there to hold those four Ghostbusters along with Winston all together.
Yeah.
He has his moments, but he's not the one you point to and you go, hey, he's the most memorable of them.
Yeah.
And I think he's just,
that's very interesting,
popping up as a supporting guy. And I think, like a lot of those comedy performers, I think some of the nuance in performance has been shaved off, and he's more broader and outsized. So I don't think he gets roles now that aren't comic beats or performed in a more showy fashion. Like there's not a lot of grounding to a lot of Dan's performances in recent films. But I think, at his best, like I think he's great in Driving Miss Daisy.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Son, in that, if you want to see him in a dramatic role. Also in I'm forgetting, My Girl, when he plays the father to Anna.
Oh my God. Yeah. God, that's so weird. I was thinking about that movie just last night for no reason at all, but I completely forgot that Dan Aykroyd's in it. I just kept thinking, because I haven't seen it in years, just last night, I was just out of nowhere going, wait, surely they don't kill him from bee stings. Does he die from bee stings? Did they do that? And I haven't looked it up yet, but I'm pretty sure that's how, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen it, but I'm pretty sure Macaulay Culkin just runs into some bees and then they just kill him off.
Well, I mean, he's allergic to bees, so.
I know, but that, it just feels like he was getting too difficult on set, and they went, just fucking kill him with bees. Just, I don't care how it looks. Just do it.
Deeply traumatic. Yeah, he's got to start Richie Rich in a week. Get him out of here.
Yeah.
No,
they do. So they do. They just kill him with bees. Yeah, I haven't seen it since I was like 12.
That's like her best friend.
Yeah, because I was obsessed with her as a kid.
But that was a big thing to have Macaulay Culkin, world star, Home Alone. Wait, what? Like he's not going to be in the sequel? You're not. This is.
Oh, the sequel was great as well. Was Dan Aykroyd in the sequel?
Well, yeah, he's still her father.
Well, I know, but it felt like a direct to VHS sequel. You might do a bit of recasting now.
Now, when My Girl 3 comes out, who knows if he'll be reprising the role of her father?
Yeah, Anna Chlumsky.
Yeah, who had an incredible run on Veep.
Oh my God, that's her from Veep. Oh my God, that's incredible. I was obsessed with her as a kid. And is this
how we put all this together? Is this why we have these conversations? Just
I'm trying to work out if that's why I call Anna Tuschinski Anna Chuzinski, because I've been in love with Anna Chlumsky this
Who
entire
is Anna
time.
Klumsky?
Oh, it's Chlumsky. It's not Chlumsky. Okay.
And it's also Chicago, not Chicago.
I flat out refuse to ever say it without the R. It absolutely has an R in it.
I was watching the or listening to the episode you did with Hodgman
I mean, it flat out is.
about our evening in that Chicago themed bar.
Yeah. How do you say you say Chicago?
Chicago.
Oh,
Because there's no R in it.
yeah, but suddenly everyone's British when they say it. Chicago.
But here's the interesting thing I find that I'm fascinated by your accent.
Yeah.
Because you put an emphasis on vowel sounds.
Right.
Because you also say idea.
I do, yeah.
But because there's a hanging A in it, like I wonder if there's something in you put the R, like if it's something in the ah sound that makes you attach an R to it. Because Chicago is the same as idea, that sound at the end. And I wonder if you put a hard end to that, and that's just your natural thing to put a hard end to that sound. Have you noticed any other words that have?
I'm trying to think. Can you think of any other words that have that set up and get me to say it and see if that works?
Well, now that I'm on the spot,
yeah, it's hard
because it's an or you just you don't go R when you say
Chicago.
But I know because when I listened to the Hodgman thing, that's when I made the connection of wait, I know he's because we had this conversation in the past where I noticed the idea. And it's like, wait, is it the sound? Because that's in Chicago. This is basically a question for
Covent Garden. I put an R in there where it's not needed. So that's not.
But that's it's sort of that H, something that would be like followed by a vowel and an H if you were to extend the like, I wonder if you naturally put a close on that.
I don't call Fenellar. That feels like I should, based on this theory.
But that's a name. That's not a word. So I wonder if you learn it as a name. That is a learned thing to like, oh, this is how it's pronounced because that's their name, and they would instantly respond to me.
Yeah, I don't know.
So really, this is a question for the other fish who have heard hundreds of hours of you over the course. And I know James well enough that he probably keeps a journal of all of these things,
of all these instances. How do you say Anna Chlumsky's name again?
Anna Chlumsky is how I've always heard it.
Right. What the hell's what's the H doing in there?
Yeah, it's not Chicago.
Should have. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, so when we're done, I need you to text James and get him on this and ask him to share the spreadsheet.
Well, have I told you that thing where I do have people who listen to Fish who are speech therapists and speech coaches who take samples of me and they play them to their fellow academic teachers in the field. And they play it to classes as well. And they say, diagnose this accent. Where is it from? What's going on here? And every time, it's only happened a few times, but every time I get messages back, they say no one has ever successfully worked out what the hell is going on with your voice. Because exactly that, like throwing an R where it shouldn't be, is not an accent. That's not a thing.
You know what? When you go back to the Fringe, need to have the pull quote, a unique voice.
Yeah.
On the poster.
Literally.
No one else has Dan's voice.
Yeah. God. That's, Chicago. I can't, I get that I'm saying Covent Garden wrong. I refuse to believe I'm saying Chicago wrong. It just absolutely has an R in there.
But there is no R.
I know, but like, listen, we've got silent words, silent letters that appear. This is an invisible letter that should be in there.
How often? But I've never heard of a hard consonant sound appearing in a word. Like that doesn't seem like a switch that a lot of people make. Like usually you'll drop if there's a vowel in there,
Right. Yeah.
but it's not inserting a hard consonant into something. This is a whole discussion for a linguist out there that I'm sure
Yeah.
could write a whole paper on the development of your accent. And,
it's a weird one.
And your hard reaction to not developing or retaining an Australian accent after leaving an international school in Hong Kong, where would have been exposed to a bunch of different accents.
It's a really tough one. Here's an interesting thing. When we now do fish, we're now in a place called Holborn, right? But that's not how I say Holborn.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't Hoban.
Yeah, no, there's an R. There's a definite R in there. But it was a group meeting that made me say Holborn because I say Holborn. That's how I pronounce it. It's Holborn. 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 Okay. And they were like, that's not how it's pronounced. And so I sort of was like, they were letting me get away with Covent Garden for so long that I just had to give them this. But I'm basically faking my accent.
Who called the meeting? Who called the meeting? You say meeting. Was this an intervention?
No, what it was we were moving the office, and then it was just in a meeting that I said, well, okay, well, so we got to change it to Holborn. And first, I don't want to name any names because it just is inside baseball stuff. But
it's Andrew.
But
go on.
It absolutely is. Yeah. How did you get that?
I know you all.
He said, we'll just keep saying Covent Garden. And I was like, but we're not in Covent Garden. And he was like, well, we're close enough. And I was like, yeah, but we're not. We're like, that we're a factual podcast. I can't just be saying we're somewhere where we're not. And we had a really heated argument about it, like properly, like sibling fighting kind of thing. Like going, oh yeah, because we'll fucking just say that. Like it got really intense. And it was almost like in the end, I was like, well, I'm saying it. I'm just gonna say it. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna be able to like re-edit it. You know. Well, I guess you could. You know, you could just use old versions of me introducing the show. But so that was the first battle, and it was like, okay, finally, we are gonna say it. And then I'm like, coming to you from Holborn, and everyone's like, well, that's not how you say it. And so it was just. So I'm faking a word each time I say it because it hasn't transformed the way I say it. And my issue is,
so you're making an active accommodation every time.
Every time I am acting. I get to that bit and I turn into an actor for one word, and then I move back into my own voice. And this has been a big thing. Like, you know, it's identity, isn't it? The way you speak. It's like if I start altering every word that I mispronounce because someone else thinks I should be saying it differently, that's a mess. I can't do that. That loses.
No, this is the thing that makes you uniquely you.
Yeah, well, I think it's what uniquely makes anyone themselves. It's part of the pattern of how they speak. It's the rhythms.
I don't find it as a thing. Oh, Dan needs to change that. It's more.
No.
I'm fascinated by what gets you linguistically to that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, the fish guys don't want me to change anything that I say when I mispronounce it. They let it go by. Anna didn't tell me I was pronouncing her name.
Except for Andrew.
But that was location based. That wasn't about pronunciation.
We don't.
That was purely.
We don't know how much deeper it goes. Anyone's gonna find it's Andy.
Yeah, but this was just one word where it was like, well, this is how it's pronounced.
Meanwhile, James just updates the spreadsheet.
Yeah, no, it's Andy does the spreadsheets. That's his gig.
So James just has a journal that he keeps.
James has his journal that you've created. Yeah.
Things that Dan said today.
Yeah. Bullshit things that came out of Dan's mouth. Okay, I should give you another thing because I'm in danger of running into my kids' milk time again. We have to do a third night. This is a cool thing that I got. I love this. This is a print by Kurt Vonnegut, signed by him from a drawing of his that was done as a as one of 700 prints. And this is the bumhole that he draws in a lot of his work, and I think would appear in his signature. In fact, you can see at the bottom there, there's a sort of bumhole as part of his signature. And this was great. This was a pandemic purchase. There, near the end of his life, he became friends with this guy in America who was a printer, and he had his own studio where he'd just do all these prints, and they became friends. And he has this website which has since gone down, and I wonder if it's because he's kind of either, I hope he hasn't passed away himself, but either he's handed the stuff away and so the site's gone. And I got in there just at the last minute, because you now see the prints appearing on auction sites and stuff. And Kurt Vonnegut just did a bunch of drawings for him specifically that they turned into these pieces. And I love it. I love Kurt Vonnegut so much. I'm a huge, huge fan of his. And I love collecting art that appears in books, because I then like having the book near the art subtly. So I have a few of those things. I have this, which is a Peter Sellers original drawing. This is not a print. This is his literal hand-drawn civil service heron that is on here. And
hold it a little closer, because it's the eyes that sell it for me. That's yes, it's the askance gaze.
So there was a book years ago called Milligan's Ark, which Spike Milligan did for charity, where he went and asked 50, 60 famous people in the UK to contribute a drawing to this book, and it would be, the proceeds would go to charity, and Sellers was one of them. And just somehow, somewhere, all of the drawings that were done for this book came up as one big auction. And so I tried to get a few, but this is the one that I wanted. This was and this is the reason I'm also banned from auction sites, because I didn't realize the markup of commission. Like, I thought I was just paying what I bid on it, and then suddenly it was like almost twice the amount that I bid on it, because there was a markup of the fee that you paid the auctioneer, the postage and packaging, which was extortionate. I
imagine you surprised Fenella a few times.
Yeah, this one was a big surprise to her, and I've never fully told her how much it actually cost. So that was a bit wrong of me. But
is it the highest you've ever paid for something?
No, definitely not. It was just like, we just had a baby. It was like we just bought a house. We had no money, but I couldn't not get it.
And it was that through an auction you had another child.
Yeah. I basically, this was a present for Wilf for his birth. Basically, I gave him this for his first Christmas. Tell yourself. No, but it's true, and it's a kid's thing, and this hangs in his room. I've taken this down from his room to show you tonight, and I have the book there with it, and I have a Laura Milligan, who I've mentioned before, Spike's daughter. She writes kids books, and she got one of the original drawings from her book and signed it to Wilf as a Christmas present, and so I have that. So I like having things that appeared in books, having the original drawing, and this is kind of in the territory, except it's not an original drawing. Obviously, it's a print, but that's kind of, I keep a copy of Breakfast of Champions in the downstairs bathroom with it. But also, I like that it's a bumhole.
Which son's room does that hang in?
Yeah, no, this is the downstairs toilet, and because it's a bumhole, and so I thought that was quite nice. I've been subtly changing all the books in the bathroom to reflect the parts of the human body that they're toilet based. So
how many folks have you entertained in the house so far?
Quite a lot. We're quite a social house. We have a lot of friends and guests come over. No one's really noticed this connection yet. So I've got a bumhole on the wall with Kurt Vonnegut. I have a Kate Bush lyrics book that's in there. I have another book just called The Bush by an amazing Aussie writer.
Why don't you have one of your Fringe posters up?
I should do, really. Yeah. I don't see that's. Would you expect this of me, Ken? I don't have anything that's no such thing as a fish or my career up on the walls.
Nothing from QI, nothing from
Nothing.
Curiosity, nothing.
Nothing. Isn't that weird? I always, if you asked me like blindly right now, Dan, would you? I would be like, yeah, I'd have everything up on my walls, but I don't. I don't keep any of my stuff up on my
So
walls,
why is
which
that?
is don't know. I don't know.
Do you
Because
have, do you have
I'm
anything framed? Anything like it's wall ready? Like you even thought to go that far with it?
yeah, but every
Was it
single
framed
one,
by you or by someone else as like a gift?
no, by someone else as a gift. So I've been given framed things of fish and I've not put them up on the wall. So weird, because that's exactly the kind of thing. Actually, do you know what? I framed my first thing the other day that is up. It's not fish. It's a hard copy printout, not printouts. It's the actual hard copy of the review that I got from the New York Times for my Theory of Everything Else book. That was a very proud moment, and that's the only thing that I've got
Is
up.
it
But
hanging up yet? It is.
yeah,
hanging up.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's up on the wall. But that's the only thing that I have of my own stuff.
You have an office now.
I
You can
know, but I
hang
want
these
to.
things up.
Yeah, but I want, like I've got a brilliant poster of, there's a Steve Martin book that came out, his debut book called Cruel Shoes.
Yeah, but that's what the master bathroom's for.
Can you put posters in a master bathroom?
You probably
Isn't the
should.
condensation?
I mean, you
Yeah,
probably
I feel
shouldn't
like
put that print down there either in a bathroom that has moisture.
that one's okay, I think, because it's not getting too much traffic. That one's all right.
It is getting airborne particles all over it constantly. So, but that might be appropriate considering.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's fine. Yeah. So I'm slowly turning the bathroom into a rude worded place, which is quite
So you
fun.
have to add your tour poster to it.
I don't have my tour poster. Well, I fringe poster. I have a leaflet. I have like a.
Well, good. That's nice and small. You can put that up.
Yeah. Do you want that in a bathroom though? It looks pretty egotistical, just having like a picture of you in the bathroom.
Well, it just means that
to
there's an
see.
even bigger dick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
So
true.
yeah, highly appropriate.
Yeah, and all of that. Yeah, so that's. I mean, that's just cool. That's just awesome.
Yeah,
And again,
no, I mean, to have that and to have it signed. I mean, but that's
and again,
we also
the sideline stuff. Sorry, go on.
We own a lot of stuff that there is an appreciation for the fact that this person has passed. They're not there's no ability to get a new signature from this person, to get a new piece from this person, to get a new work from this person, and to have something from them is a weird feeling of, for me, and I don't know how you feel about it, that it's almost you're a caretaker for it, because it is an irreplaceable thing.
Yeah.
And it's an object that is not reliant on a failing memory or someone else to validate it for the future. And it won't pass with you if you take care of it and you pass it along to someone else. It is something that could persist. So you kind of feel that caretaker of, oh, I have it for this period of time, but I'm finite.
Yeah.
Like I know I'm finite. With proper preservation, who knows, this thing could go on well beyond me. But for me, I'm not that. At some point I go, these things remain.
Yeah.
And that point where I was talking to you about sort of annotating and cataloging, and how much context is gone when we're gone, to where it just becomes a thing that gets tossed in the bin because they don't know what the significance of a piece is.
Which is where we often find stuff in secondhand shops where you're like, what is this doing here? It's
and it was just, or something that, you get these tales of stuff that was just thrown out. Like, I pulled this out of a dumpster and I couldn't pull the rest out, but this is what this thing was, and the rest of it is gone.
Yeah. What do you think is the rarest thing that you have? Because you've got a lot of, and let me chuck a caveat to it here. It's got to be something that, like, most people have heard of? Because I know that you've probably got like an obscure Disney drawing of some sort, which is like, so what is like in the most commercial sense?
Jeez. I mean, it's so much stuff I don't have on display.
I know, man. Like, I'm almost shocked that like there's more priority given to the action figures that you have, which are in most cases not in any way rare. They're probably eBay purchasable, right? Like,
But as you know and have experienced, that paper goods are wall space is
yeah,
it is very difficult to have
yeah,
enough wall space to display properly if you wanted to hang up things, unless that is the entire identity of your living space. Your home is to go, every
yeah,
square inch is going to be covered by framed things, which means you can't have bookshelves. I've often dreamed of designing bookshelves that you can hang frames from, and just like panels that you slide open to access the bookshelves, but artwork hangs in front of the books
yeah,
otherwise, because that's wall space that you're losing to things. But
yes,
you love books. You want to have your books too. So yeah, there's a lot of artwork, there's a lot of signed pieces. I mean, but sometimes it's something as little as like a little Jim Henson sketch that's on this
yeah,
little piece of paper.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
all these things
So
also, what's
how about
important.
memorabilia? Do you have something from a movie?
I mean, the thing that I have the Captain Alphabet box from Muppets from Space, the cereal
Yeah, see, that's
box.
cool. And that was the prop that was used in the movie, right?
That was the prompt that was used in the movie.
Yeah, so that's cool. That's a good one.
So things like that. Physical props do I have?
Do you have any? I'm just going to name names and see if you have like. Do you have anything Mel Brooks? Not props, just anything. Do you have
I
anything Mel
I
Brooks?
I have Mel Brooks sent me a signed the DVD box set after, because I was the first podcast that he appeared on.
Oh wow,
So he
I
sent
forgot
me
you interviewed. Yeah, of course.
so he sent me a signed. So yes, I do have a Mel Brooks signed. Do you have a Mel Brooks
I don't.
something?
I want one. I've seen a poster that I really want on eBay, but it's far too expensive. So I'm going to sit that out
Maybe just
for.
write to him. Just change
Yeah,
change the names on the Richard Curtis letter. What's left of it.
yeah,
See
yeah.
if
It's
it
a great
works.
idea.
See if it works. See if the magic still works. Send him this Mike
Yeah,
Milligan one.
Beatles. Have you got anything Beatles?
No. No. No.
Okay. I'm looking at just things that I can see in my lounge room. Whoopi Goldberg. You got anything Whoopi Goldberg?
I do not have anything Whoopi. Do you have
Ah,
anything
that's.
Whoopi?
I keep on my mantelpiece her Broadway show vinyl.
I would love
Big fan of
I would love
hers.
that.
Mm.
Or I would love a signed poster of Jumpin' Jack Flash. Because
Mm.
that was the film of hers I saw dozens of times on HBO growing up.
My one was Eddie, which was where she plays a basketball coach. I watched it again the other week. I love it. Just still love it.
You got to watch
She's
Jumpin' Jack
just so
Flash. Jumpin' Jack
solid.
Flash also has Phil Hartman, John Lovitz.
Oh, great. I couldn't find it online. I need to find it. She's phenomenal. She's absolutely phenomenal. I made a point the other day on a podcast I did with a comedian called Delisa Chaponda that I think if you were pinpointing moments that change comedy forever in cultures like, let's say, like American culture, the night that Whoopi Goldberg's Broadway show was put on TV, I think changed the culture of America because you see every single major black comedian, particularly female, coming onto The View now, crying in front of her, saying, "That's the moment I realized I could do this." I'd never seen someone who looked like me before on TV doing this, and I knew, and I was saying, like Leslie Jones, particularly, is like, I was saying, "Daddy, look, there's someone who looks like me doing that," and I think that literally changed the culture of America. That showing of that.
There is an absolute reason why she was part of the triumvirate with Robin and Billy for the
Yeah,
American Comic Relief.
Yeah.
And I think her special is every bit as iconic as like Robin's Evening at the Met,
Mm.
as far as just a tour de force of what they were capable of, and Whoopi's the character work within
Yeah.
that special.
So good. Oh, I love her. I love her so much. And I also like how flawed she is. I love how ignorant she is about a lot of things, because I really relate to that in what I do. There's so many blind spots, and she just has to power through it in the same way that I do. You just gotta I'm just gonna power through that dumbass sentence I just said. You know, she doesn't have this kind of insane intelligence. She's got smarts, but she hasn't got academia. It's the exact same thing that I have, where it's just like, I just said something really dumb. Just fly through it, buddy, and keep believing. And I love it. She gets in trouble so much for like these kind of. There's an amazing video that you must watch if you're interested in seeing kind of what I'm talking about as an example, where she's talking about the Grammys that just happened, and she's trying to make a point about the Grammys that just went was fantastic for celebration of female artists. Like, it was a real, like, kind of like the fact that Tracy Chapman came on, and, you know, Joni Mitchell comes on for the first time ever. And she's like, so Whoopi's on The View going, Joni Mitchell hasn't been on, has never won a Grammy Award, and she wins her first Grammy Award, and she's making a point about like this woman who's given us so much being sidelined, and another host kind of cuts her off and says, "Oh no, Whoopi, I think it's that she's never performed at the Grammys, but your point kind of still stands." And you just watching Whoopi sit there recalibrating, and she's either going, I'm going to fire the person who gave me that information, or she's thinking, how do I recover here? Because they're now going to tell me to keep going on with the point. And she does. And she's like, and she's never been invited to be on it. And you're kind of like, she was invited a lot. Probably every year she's been invited. And she's finally said, like, your point is completely void. But like, fuck yes, Whoopi, just power through. Just go.
The nightmare of having to talk on 50 topics.
Yeah.
First thing in the morning, every day, that just sounds like a nightmare to me.
It's dumb though. It's a dumb concept to do that. No one should be doing that.
And it all
That's
be
too
documented.
much.
It all be and also you have to prepare or not prepare for every guest that is also dumped in your lap to talk whatever project or nonsense that they're on to promote or be there
and to have an opinion. They're meant to have opinions. It's full on. Yeah.
And to have the clash clash added on to that. Like, you're not just you talking extemporaneously on a thing.
You're right.
You're also dealing with all of these clashing ideologies amongst some of them.
Yeah, and everyone's there to say something that's just like, wow, why are you so strong-minded about your opinion on the world that we have to sit here and watch you? I have to challenge that.
Yeah, no.
You're in fights. Anyway, so Whoopi, you don't have any Whoopi stuff in your house?
I do not. Do you have anything that comes to your mind as something that got away, that you still regret got away? Because you got a lot of this stuff on auction sites, so there would have been things that you lost the bidding war on.
Nothing that's really, nothing that wakes me up at night where I think, damn it, that would have been incredible. No, nothing that comes to mind. I've seen a few things that were so outrageously expensive that I've just thought, that would have been so cool to have.
Did you get anything from Dan when he came on the show? Do you get stuff from your guests?
Well, he signed my batshit list. Like, he did my batshit list live, so I've got the hard copy of that. I got him to sign the vodka that we were drinking from that day. So he signed the Crystal Head vodka that we had, and I've got that in my room. But no, that was about it for that.
Any guests you regret? Because you've had a lot of guests come through when you were on QI, when you were doing museum. There were so many people, a lot of them who are no longer with us.
Oh, regret having on?
Yeah, well, no, regret not getting something for, like, hey, can you sign this little thing for me? It's, you know.
Oh, right. Clive James, I would have liked to have had more contact with. With the people that I meet, it's not about the object. Then it's about the connection, and I sometimes wish I'd managed to form a connection a bit more with them, so that we could have carried on into collaborating on other stuff. And because that's the most fun thing of all about, particularly what I was saying before about social media and being able to write to Mike Sachs, and just be like, man, your interview with Peg Lynch is insane. Or, just like, I love being able to do that. I love being able to reach out to people who do similar stuff and make connection. And then you have that older generation where you couldn't quite do that because they're not online. So you had to go through Clive James's agent in order to get through to Clive James, whereas most other people were just accessible. Like Neil Linus, right? Like Neil, I got to meet through you, and then I met him through Museum, and I didn't see him for years, but we followed each other on Twitter, and I still remember. I would never forget a moment where Neil would either like or respond to a tweet that I'd done just out of nowhere, and one was I bought a bunch of Calvin and Hobbes books in a charity shop in London, like 6 of them for like £10. It was amazing. And I posted that, and just Neil wrote this really nice, I can't even remember hang on, I might as well just find it because I'm online. But that's where the connection stuff is really memorable for me. Let's see. What was he called? Was he just at Neil Innes?
Well, you may not be able to find his stuff anymore.
Of course, because he got hacked, didn't he? That was crazy.
It's not a hacked. It was the current owner of that site deciding to sell off all of those unused handles.
Oh, really?
So basically,
oh my God.
But they didn't purge any information. So the accounts were still up along with this new person with their follower base.
Yeah.
And access to their DMs and access to all their info just posting on that account. There was a cryptocurrency nonsense posting on his account. And
that's shit. It's gone now. So it's gone. Yes, I remember now. I remember Gorman messaging. Oh, it's gone. So I don't have my message anymore now. Well, fuck that. What the hell?
Well, luckily I have, because I made sure when that whole thing was going on, I requested my archive.
Yeah, right.
When that whole transfer was happening to make sure I have. So yeah, preserving all those messages and direct messages and.
Oh man, I am fuming. That is nuts.
Was that a public message?
Yeah, it's just a public message. She just said something nice about like what a great thing for your kids this is going to be. It was just a really nice message.
But it's also talking about this digital age we live in. There was an actual interaction between you two that could be wiped out.
Has been. Yeah. Scary. No proof. Breadcrumbs.
No, you would
have led to the end.
You can look on your account and you could see your response to him or your original tweet.
Yeah, I can see, like, I could probably see.
And you probably see your response if you replied back to him, and it would be just empty. Where, I mean, there's some kind of deeper emotional resonance to going, and seeing this a hole there where Neil Innes once was on your timeline.
Can't even see my tweet now. Jeez.
Oh, you've been tweeting a lot about cryptocurrency too, have you?
Yeah, people need to know. I heard about it from Neil Innes. It sounds really good.
That bonzo currency that's out there?
Yeah. No, I can't even find my tweet now. That's mad. Oh, well.
So
maybe I made it up.
Yeah, I mean, but you've had so many interactions like that. would you ask if a guest came on for them to sign something? Is there any time?
Oh yeah. I have what I do now is actually, and this is not like a cheating way of trying to get someone to sign something for me. It's just where I've turned to in life. I I don't get things signed for me anymore. I get them signed for my boys. Every single thing I have is signed to Wilf, Ted, and Kit now, and I like leaving the books and stuff in their room. I have this weird delusion that the presence of them in the room, the objects can influence them and just put good creative energy into the room. Very woo woo, but I do think popping a Lenny Bruce book into my son's room is gonna
But they don't have
influence
any
him in some way.
context for any
I
of
know,
that.
but that's what I quite like. I quite like that they just see these names.
Are
And I
you
just don't
ready
know
for the
what they
moment
mean.
if they become teenagers and go, I threw out all that junk in my room and made it my own?
Yeah, I kind of that's another weird thing that I've kind of made peace with. It's like if I'm putting this into their lives, then they should be able to do whatever they want with it. So I have a Mork and Mindy toy that was an original 1970s Mork.
Is this the one with the pull tab in the back? With the
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
Oh, I had that as a child.
Oh, cool. No way. Yeah. So I bought two of those and I gave one to the kids and they opened it up. And currently, Mork's costume is on a Batman toy that belongs to Ted. And Mork is missing both his arms and he's naked. And it's kind of like, okay, that's the deal. I gave it to you and you don't know the significance of it. And I'd rather you hadn't done that, but you have, and I can't get angry about it because what am I doing giving you a precious toy like that? That's my fault. Um, but so no, I've kind of made peace with like if it doesn't mean anything to them, then that's fine. I don't want them to emulate what I'm doing. But while I'm in control as a dad of young kids, tough shit. You're gonna be called Harpo as your middle name, and you're gonna have Milligan and Peter Sellers things up on your wall. Like that's you got a Bowie skateboard in your
Yeah,
room.
that bird's
That's
giving me
gonna
the side
happen.
eye. It's
So
we'll take it
yeah,
down. No, no, you
yeah.
don't.
So that's where I'm at now. I get anything that if I meet someone, I'll get them to sign it for my kids. And I'm weirdly like I want them. I have zero interest now of having things for me. It's just for the boys.
So which kid is the Crystal Head vodka signed to?
No, that one he signed to me. Very good point. Yeah, it should have been for the boys. He kind of just did it. Like he just picked up the pen and just
it is a
signed it.
reflex action for him at this point, signing
Yeah.
bottles.
Yeah, exactly.
He probably just assumed that.
Yeah. But for me, it's kind of like the signature thing is like we were talking earlier about your sort of custodians and stuff like that. But for me, it's more like when I see this, Kurt Vonnegut was there. Like it's proof of existence. That was him right there. At some point, he had a pencil and he just did like he's there. He's left his mark. I had this amazing expert, a historian on graffiti called Maddie Pelling come on to Weirdos. Great episode. What an amazing person she is. And we were just talking about that, graffiti. It's evidence of human life. It's how you look at it and see the mundane everydayness of people who are just scratching, I love, I heart, Euripides or whatever. It's great. And that's what for me signatures are. I had a moment where I really felt it properly for the first time in a long time when I was in a secondhand bookshop, and it was about a few months or a year, I can't remember the timings, of after Sean Hughes, the comedian, had died. And Sean and I'd become good friends before he died. And then we kind of like didn't fall apart. We just didn't see each other for ages because I got married, had a kid, and blah, blah, blah. Like, life got busy. And he passed away in the interim. And I had a thought 2 nights before he died to message him because I was watching him in Cocoon as the lead role of Spike Milligan's novel. And I was going to message him being like, "You're really good in this." And P.S. I want you to meet my son. I've just become a dad because Wilf was just born, and he passed away. And so I was in the secondhand bookshop and I saw a book and I picked it up. It was of his and I opened it and it was signed by him. And it just felt like Sean was back. It was for a second. It was like, he's here. I think that's what signatures for me is what that does. It's just, you're here. There you are. A lot of us don't keep the writings of our grandparents and our great grandparents around, which is ridiculous. We should. It's just so much personality in there, and it's them. That there unmistakably is them there. Different to photographs, different to anything. That's a mark that they've left on the planet. So that's why I like that stuff. Yeah.
Well, do you have anything from family members that you retained?
Yeah, I like my great grandmother passed away not too long ago. Well, like it's been quite a few years now. Feels weirdly like it hasn't been pandemic year stuff. And it's a suitcase that she used to take around, and it's got a tag and it's got her name inside, and that's a really cool thing that I like having around. My grandmother passed away a year ago, and I really want to try and collect a few more things of hers for the house. But handwriting, yeah, is like it's becoming less and less a thing in this digital age to even get handwriting. So
think how little of yours will be left to your kids?
Yeah.
Like, you're just gonna,
Well, I've got my notebooks. They'll get all my notebooks.
Yeah, but the majority of your correspondence exists via emails and DMs and.
Yeah. I still do have letters from my pen pal childhood. Like, we used to have pen pals. Remember that? That was huge. I used to be a pen pal with an American. It's so cool. And
Are you still in contact with your pen pal?
No idea who that I'd love to. I bet my mom and dad still have letters at home, so I'd love to find them. And I want to say Steve, but I actually think that was just my buddy in Sydney who I eventually met, who was an American, the only American I knew in Australia.
I mean, you got to find out who your childhood pen pal is.
I know, got it right. It'd be really cool.
Or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe it would be an awful discovery that you don't want to.
Yeah. Eric Trump? Yeah. What?
Where was my pen pal on January 6th? Oh, no. And he had my letters with him? Oh, no.
Oh, God. It's okay. They all just say, "I heart Anna Chalumsky." It's fine.
Well, I mean, now you have materials. I mean, Fish has become a huge success.
Yeah.
Over the past 10 plus years. You're out there, you have books, you've signed things to people. Now you're on the other side of that.
Yeah. It'll be interesting.
I used to listen to this all the time, and then they all signed it, and I even got the real Anna to sign mine.
Yeah. Wow, you've changed your pronunciation since 3 days ago.
You know what? I learned a lot in this travel through time that we've.
Yeah. You now know how to say, but I told Anna that. I said, Ken says your name's so weird. He says Anna. And she was like, yeah, that's Americans pronounce it Anna whenever I was like, all of them? She's like, no, just, I don't know what the area of America that does, but Anna is what I hear
I can't believe you ratted me out to Anna right away. By the way.
Immediately, because we must have done it on a Wednesday night, and then I went in on Thursday to rat on you.
Yeah. Well, did you let her know that I have a bogus signature of hers too?
No, I forgot to mention that. I was too busy focused on the Anna bit.
Well, I'm going to tell her I'm going to need a postcard addendum to this. I'm never going to get the one from Ash.
Yeah, what was Ash's one?
Well, Ash got he got a poster signed, whatever the last show he did with you was.
Oh, cool. Okay.
That was supposed to fix that, but
right. Yeah, he's now in Sydney, in Melbourne. So that's probably in some storage unit somewhere.
Yeah, I mean,
along with all this stuff.
You have to fight to get to some semblance of civilization in order to mail something. I'm sure he lives in the wilds of the suburbs.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, We don't have mail in Australia.
And
It's
he's
all
busy.
digital.
He's just endlessly
Busy guy.
Listen, I don't fault him,
Busy dude. Yeah, exactly.
but we need to fix this. We need to fix that. That needs to be fixed.
It looks very similar to her signature, to be fair.
How many other things has he signed? Because this seems
Who
practice.
signed it? Who did sign it?
Well, I thought you assumed that it was James who did it.
I don't know, because I don't remember.
Also, James was not exactly in his right mind during this period after the show.
Was he not?
But remember he had the massive flu he was coming down with at that point.
I don't remember. It all blurs, all the tours, like the dramas of the tours. I do know that for a while, I specifically, my signature was forged by them for one signature, and I said I do not want anyone doing that. I will be furious if I see that again, because as an autograph collector, I hate
To know
that exists as a thing. Yeah.
To be fair, you know what? I don't think that whose handwriting is that? Because I don't think that they wrote the not Anna. I think someone else annotated. Maybe it was that's not your handwriting, is it?
No, I write in capitals. I'm going to say that's James's at the top, and then that's Andy in the.
Who decided? No, we can't let this slide.
I don't know. It's definitely not my writing because I'm capitals. Yeah.
So after we're done, I'm gonna send you an image of this, and you can do some forensic exploration with the fish.
Yeah. Whose is what?
And sort this out.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely not my writing for my signature. So someone has forged me as well.
I think someone wanted to make it clear in the book.
Yeah.
Listen.
Well, you might have. I imagine you might have said, "Can you put in brackets not Anna?" I think you might have. You tend to direct stuff, so I feel like you might have been directing there.
That doesn't sound like me. Now do it again, but don't say that. So, I did want to bring out something that is tied, an object in my collection.
Oh yeah, cool.
That it pertains to that trip.
Oh yeah.
And it's something that I'm assuming you still have. And I only have this because you said you had it. And
can I try and guess what it is? Okay.
So I took the opportunity to.
No, I know what it is. Yeah, I know what it is, and I'm just trying to guess the right one. So I feel like because I definitely know what it is, I should only get points if I get the right thing here. Are they pencils?
Are they?
Oh, well, okay. Is it one pencil?
It is.
Okay, yeah, great. Okay, because it could have been a couple of things. Yeah.
How many things did you steal?
No, because you get, so the card that you get, so this is the Watergate Hotel in Washington, D.C., and they really
hold on a second. Go back. What did you just say?
Huh?
Name the hotel.
Watergate. There's definitely an R in water.
No, you just said water.
Yeah, water. Oh, did I? Water?
It's the same ah sound. Watergate.
Watergate. Oh, I did. Watergate. Yeah. I do. I put an R in water? Jesus.
But it's the same ah sound. It's that.
Yeah, you're right. You caught me. Nice. Yeah, Watergate. Water. I do. Watergate. Yeah, Watergate Hotel.
We're gonna have to explore this further, but yeah. So
yeah, it says I stole this from the Watergate Hotel, which ironically you didn't because you asked for it.
No, I didn't.
You went to concierge and asked for it, didn't you?
No. I walked over to one of the tables that they had in the lobby.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you just outright went to the counter and said, "Can I have a pencil to steal?"
No, I think I noticed that they had them laying out there because they have like a little station for writing.
Got it. No, so I had the pencils. So that's what we.
So when you check into the hotel, you had a room. You decided, hey, we're doing a date at the Kennedy Center, as one does.
Yeah.
So whose idea was it to book at the Watergate?
We got booked in there, so that wasn't our call. It was only when we got there that we found out that it was that, and they tell you when they check in, they're like, you can go and see the front of the room, like go and they tell you where the room is, where it happened. But you also the key cards that you get in your room also say that, like, stolen from this key was stolen from or whatever. So everything is kind of like, the idea is steal our shit is the whole premise of the hotel now, which is expensive,
To be
presumably.
fair, if they really wanted to stay on brand, you should have to break into your room.
I know, right? So like, it's they've not thought it through. But so you got that from
Also,
our
I
visit,
love the
yeah.
fact that a major crime in American history is now essentially a theme park sort of
Yeah,
destination stay.
I know. I know. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I'm on 4%. Let me get my charger quickly. I'll be
Yep.
back in 1 second. Hang on 1 sec.
While Dan gets his charger, thank you all for listening, watching, hopefully enjoying this episode. I'll do all this again at the end, but I figure I'd fill this while Dan is getting his charger as we come near the end of this episode of Just a Few Things. Do the usual YouTube stuff as well. If you're there, to like and subscribe. If you're listening to this as a podcast, please rate and review it. I don't know. Just, you know what? Just let me know if you enjoyed it. And there's more episodes to come from this. So I'm going to repeat all this again at the end, but this is just filler while Dan is away and we're looking at the lovely empty space that he occupied just a few moments ago as we continue our travel through time, moving inexorably forward towards the end of this episode. And how much more filler I can do during this little interlude to try and fill this time. As, oh, look, he found the charger. See a little Dan Schreiber popping back into frame, rejoining us now. I did an incredible amount of filler during that.
Oh, great. Excellent. This is such classic plumery. You said it'll be an hour. We'll do an hour. You said that on Wednesday. This will be an hour. Look at it. We started at 9:30
You know
and
what?
it's 12:06.
Listen, you're here with me on this journey.
I know.
And
I know.
and your shows and conversations are equally as bad when it comes to time management.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Because you know what? For almost 20 years now, we just enjoy talking to each other.
Yeah.
And we catch up so infrequently since you decided to destroy so many friendships, or at least jeopardize them by having a family.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a bad business move.
It really it pulled you right out of the game.
Yeah.
Put you in a whole different, and you were already bad at communication before then.
Yeah.
So to introduce a family as not only a justifiable obligation, but also an excuse to have, if anyone goes, why didn't you drop a line? Why didn't you reply back? Why didn't you get back to me on this? To go, kids.
Why? I don't actually have a family. It's just I needed an alibi. So I've been just running this.
You don't have kids. You have display spaces.
Yeah, exactly.
So the that whole weekend was a weekend, right? That was the middle of the week, right? That you did the shows in Washington.
I can't remember.
All I remember is the show was great. It was amazing to see you all responding to an audience in Washington like that. You'd already done the New York shows, so you already had a taste of an American audience for Fish.
We'd done New York and Boston, yeah.
But to see you sort of you all still processing the fact that you had done a little mini tour
Yeah.
in the US.
It was cool. It was so cool.
And seeing James come into his own as well as just being out in public and the confidence in James from the James that I met years before that, who would have been happy
really
to be in the office.
Yeah. That's
QI.
Interesting. That's very interesting.
And just to see how great you all were together. If anyone gets a chance to go see a Fish show, go. It was a wonderful night, and
They
they
are
give
fun.
you so much shit during it.
Mhm. Yeah, but
It's it's the
that's my
episode,
role.
but amped up because to have the
Yeah,
audience there, they love playing
yeah,
with the character of Dan
yeah.
that exists
It,
within Fish.
it's a fun character, and it's
You're Panto.
it's
You're almost Panto.
yeah, and it's like all things. It's half true, half. There's nothing. We never write anything, but I'll often. It's the Whoopi Goldberg thing. I'm sort of saying. I'll dive into it, going. I know that this is going to be something they can play with,
And you also
but
won't
it's
stop. I mean, you won't get derailed. What I love is
hmm,
you in that it would be so easy in those moments to lose the thread of what you were trying to impart.
yeah, yeah.
You were very persistent
Well,
in making
because
sure that you complete the thought you set out or the thing that you set out to share.
yeah, because anyone can be made to look like an idiot if you cut them off and don't let them get the thought out. I have the unique ability to be made an idiot of, then get the thought out, and then continue to be made an idiot of because it turned out the
Well, the
thought
thing
was
is,
so
they
fucking dumb.
also, on the other side of it, will not be derailed in.
Yeah, yeah, in the attack. Um, no, it's
And
great.
you were all so
We
fast, and the energy and the camaraderie amongst you all that has grown stronger over the years shows in those moments.
No, it's well, that's very kind of you to say. It's like just a pleasure to make the show, right? Like, to get to go to America, play the Kennedy Center, where the Mark Twain Awards happen, is it's one of my favorite lines of Steve Martin, where he says, the Mecca of comedy. And we all know how funny Mecca is. So good. It's not funny when you do Steve Martin's things, like even as I just said that line, and we all know how funny Mecca, the way Mecca, he does a lip smack. Mecca is, it's interesting.
But he doesn't put comedy on the line. Like there's not an obvious comedy flair. It is a timing and his deadpan delivery.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing.
Like
It's
he's
we
not
all know
saying
how
it
funny Mecca is.
because I don't think
Yeah.
he doesn't deliver things with a wink.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's
And I think
all
that is a
yeah.
definite skill because you never got the sense, which would be obsequious or smarmy in other comedians' hands, that he knows the joke and wants to make sure you know the joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a trust in the audience to go, listen, I'm going to deliver this. This is going to be what it is. I know internally it's funny, but I don't need to sell it to you in anything other than delivering it.
Yeah. 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 His tone is so down the line. We just know that it's ridiculous. He's saying ridiculous things with a serious voice is what it is. That the poking the dead frog interview that I was telling you about, where it was talking about the behind the scenes of the Oscars and putting together the big Bible for Billy Crystal. They also, the guy in it is talking about a joke he wrote for Steve Martin that Steve refused to say on stage, and it was just an interesting point about tone and where Steve. So the joke was something about the fact that after the monologue, he comes back on. He says, "I can't believe the entire monologue. My flies were undone on my trousers." So he says, like, the bad news is my flies were undone. The good news is the camera adds 10 pounds. And that was the gag they wanted him to do. And he just flat out refused to do it because he was like, I'm not doing a dick joke at the Oscars. Um, and they talked about the fact that the Oscars is such an analyzed hosting role where every gag can either lose you a career or make you a career, basically. Like everyone just gets slammed for their performance. Like Ellen DeGeneres was too daytime on it, or what's his name recently on the Emmys, where it's just has just been absolutely smashed by the reviews, not
Joe
only
Coy?
of Joe Coy, just like being smashed by, and I didn't see it, so I don't know what it was like. But I
It's
am
also a
getting,
thankless task
yeah.
in that
Unless you're Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, who are way more brutal than any other host I've ever seen do it. And there's this whole argument about a roast and like people not wanting to follow. It's like, well, no, the thing is that everyone loves Tina and Amy, and probably they're buddies with everyone who they're roasting. And Joe Coy would have. Oh, sorry, what's his name again?
I think it's Joe Coy. Isn't it Joe Coy?
Yeah, is it Joe Coy? Joe Coy. There's something that's ringing is slightly
Need to make
Coy
sure.
is the Coy sounds right. Yeah, it is Joe Coy. Yeah. Um, you felt like he wasn't mates with anyone in that room, so they were just going, "Well, who are you?" You know, like how John Mulaney has to explain who he is before he gets on for an interview these days. And
Joe Coy.
I'm just,
It
yeah,
was
it's
Joe
Joe Coy. It is Joe Coy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so bored by celebs now not laughing in the crowd. I find it so annoying. Like,
Yeah.
just
No, I mean,
loosen up. Jesus.
yeah. Well, I mean, all the weird pressures of those moments, and I would be so out of sorts knowing that a camera could cut to me at any moment that I don't know and decide to get a reaction from me.
Yeah.
You can't be an audience member. You have to be an audience member who's on the whole
Yeah.
time in those scenarios too.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's the gig, guys. That's what it is. So interesting also him talking about, oh god, this poking the dead frog bug, man. So fucking great. Talking about how the gig gets difficult as the evening goes on, because most of the people, if they've lost their categories, often just go off to their parties. So that by the end of the Oscars, and this is, he's talking in this book came out in 2014, so I don't know what it's like now, but it was like half of the seats are being filled by seat fillers at this point, because all the major people who've lost their awards are no longer there, or the people who've won are now out the back doing their interviews. And so you have an audience that slowly gets more chaotic and less interested as the journey goes on, and the host has to.
But the seat fillers are there to enjoy themselves. So it's
No, sometimes the seat fillers run out and it becomes the assistants of the agents who then take the seats, and they're having a nervous as hell evening trying to run the whole thing. So they're just like not happy to
the bottom
be
line
sitting.
is don't accept those gigs.
Yeah.
Be a
I mean,
presenter. Be a
I would
presenter
happily
at
go.
most on those.
Yeah.
If you want the bump of being there.
I think
maybe not the presenter who presents Best Picture. Maybe not that one. That one's so that one seems to be a bit loaded.
That one seems to be cursed. Yeah. There's a great Amy Poehler. I can't remember the exact wording of the joke, but it's at the Golden Globes, or is it the Emmys? Maybe Golden Globes, where it was the year that Zero Dark 30 was nominated, and Catherine Bigelow, I think, is that the name of the Amy Poehler says a line like, Catherine Bigelow's nominated tonight for Zero Dark 30. I haven't been following the controversy surrounding the movie, but when it comes to torture, I trust a woman who was married to James Cameron for 3 years. It's fucking like boom, explosive laughter. It goes on. The laughter just carries on. And you see Jessica Chastain, who's sitting next to her, just go like, oh my god, like it was like she just did it to her face. And I think James Cameron must have been in the room, because that's the year he was nominated for Avatar. Yeah, what a line. So good. Like, that's brutal. That's a brutal gag.
So which of those shows would you like to host?
Oscars.
Just because it's the biggest and you want to.
Yeah. It's the one I grew up watching. I didn't really watch the other ones until I was an adult. So the Oscars is the Billy Crystal.
What's
Whoopi
the
Goldberg
Australian
gig.
equivalent of the Oscars?
The Logies.
Hello. And who's it named after?
Logie Baird, maybe the inventor of television. I don't know.
Is it? That's a heck of a thing for the film awards to be named after the inventor of television.
It's a stretch, but it at least works. Let's see.
Or is
The
it, or is it
Logies,
or is the
Australia.
Logies their version of the Emmys?
Yeah, it is basically. It's
So
like
it's
the
a
TV
television.
awards.
Okay.
Well, it's like the BAFTAs, I guess, is the
More general
closest.
sort of entertainment award.
Yeah, where it's hey, there you go. The following year, Kennedy coined the name Logie to honor the Scottish engineer who contributed to the development as practical medium, John Logie Baird. So it is. It's named after.
Hometown hero coming back to host
Yeah.
the Logies.
There you go. I'd love to do that. That'd be awesome.
Make that your campaign.
Logies.
That'll be
Yeah.
your campaign for 2025 is let me host the Logies.
The Wikipedia sub described notable Australian living in London,
Are you still
Dan
there?
Schreiber.
Are you still listed as notable?
Don't think so. My biggest Wikipedia claim to fame was someone messaged me randomly saying, "Do you know that you are the face of funny on Wikipedia?" And I went to it, the page that was called Humor, I think it was, and the example photo of humor was me telling a joke to Jimmy Wales, the creator of Wikipedia. And that was the international example of,
Face of funny.
humor. And until I said it on Fish, it was there. That was the thing.
Right away.
Yeah, because they were like, you can't tell if Jimmy's laughing at what he's saying or if he's laughing at something in the distance. Me and Jimmy were on stage, and I was trying to get an audience to come and see us.
To you,
No,
to go. You know what? It's vague enough that Dan would be the funny one here. But we really can't leave him up as the face of humor.
I think it was a good call because I love the editorial of Wikipedia and like the determination they have to argue about everything. And in it,
it's like
me and Jim. Yeah, exactly. me and Jimmy are standing on stage, and I'm trying to get people to come to our gig, and I've said something, and he's laughing at the thing I'm saying, but I can see it's not a classic gig. It's not like me telling a joke to his face. He could be laughing at something that was in the distance, so I was fine.
Did
with
you
the change?
Screenshot it?
Oh yeah. It's not gone the way of old mate Neil Innes's tweets.
Well, let that be a lesson about digital preservation.
Exactly.
And all of your accomplishments.
Yeah. But yeah, so that was my Wikipedia high.
So what do you feel now is the thing that you're accomplishment-wise most proud of?
My Theory of Everything Else book. I think definitely that.
We're going to plug that one more time then as we wrap things up.
Yeah. It's it's beautiful.
Do you have the UK edition handy? Can you?
I don't know. It's weirdly I've
which cover do you prefer?
I like them both for different reasons.
No bullshit answer.
No, I just completely do. I think both absolutely nailed what I was going for.
But you got to pick one, Dan. Which one are you going to pick?
If I was picking one,
so this is no slight on the other because you've already stated you love them both, but you can only take one with you.
Maybe the British one. But maybe that's because it came first. Don't know.
So it might hold a more sentimental attachment to
it. It's got a UFO and it's got a raccoon going and it's got quirky writing and it kind of that one. I feel like that one is good, but it feels like one more draft could have been done on that one to tone it up a bit more.
Right.
Whereas the British one, I think, is pretty much there. I love that though. I think that's cool. I think that's the one I'd have as a poster on my wall over the British one.
Sadly, this is empty.
Oh yeah.
Right now.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I'll try.
Maybe I can get Anna to sign it.
She's available.
Wasn't for my book.
No. Where was she? She went home, you were saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Have I done? I feel like I've done 5 items. Have I done 6? What have we done?
I think you've done like 8 or 9 because you.
No.
We've items.
No, the bonus items don't count.
Do you have more items? If you have something, because you pulled them into this room, so if you have something on the pile, share it.
I've got this. I'll do this as just a goodbye item, which is just a really nice. This is a book that I've carried with me ever since I was a teen. So it was published in 2002. So I'm 18 years old at this point, I think, and
Still in school, 18, or just post school?
I think still in school. I think still in school. I feel like I was in school when I bought this. It might have been the holiday just after school, just before I left Sydney. So I left Sydney in 2003 and school finished 2002. Yeah, so I would have been, I think I was in school when this came out. Um, and this is so there's a comedian in Australia called Greg Fleet. And this was the first, I remember I got on the bus. I had an exact amount of money to buy this book. I went to the city and I bought it and I came back home and it it's a stand-up who's basically turned their Edinburgh Fringe show into a book. And I was always I loved stand-up comedy and I loved books. And there was very rarely any stand-up comedian who was writing books about their kind of stand-up comedy stuff. And this was the first one that I had. And I've always just loved the design. It's designed like an Australian passport. So you can see the sort of coat of arms sticking out from behind there. And yeah, it's I don't know why. I've just kept it with me ever since I was 18. It's just always had this same copy with me. Um and it was an adventure, and that's kind of like what I guess it's my favorite kind of stand-up, where it's a story, it's a long narrative that you then turn into a thing. I feel like that's not as done in America. My buddy Alex Edelman has had this huge success on Broadway doing a show which is kind of standard for the UK. You create a narrative and you tell a story, but over there it seems like everyone's like, "What the innovation of this? Only Mike Birbiglia has done this before," where it's a story. And
I think because the stand-up scene for so long in the US was set-based, where you'd have a
yeah,
bunch of comics in the clubs on a night. So you'd get like a solid 10 to 15 minutes,
yeah,
and a headliner might get 20, 25 minutes, maybe a half hour. But as far as
yeah.
this, because you had a circuit and they would book in a bunch of comics and you'd have comic, and I think that was what a lot of that generation, a lot of them had as far as the
Yeah.
gigging comedians, and it took much bigger
Ooh.
aspirations to build towards. Oh, you hearing the?
Yeah, I think I've got the crying of the baby going on.
We should probably wrap up then.
Oh my God. That was almost like this happened last time. You were making a really good point, and then it's like sorry, the alarm's gone. We've got to
This is good. We're gonna wrap this up because so we left on a good point, and I have everyone go explore the difference between the two. Look
Yeah,
up the
sorry.
things.
Sorry, Ken.
Look up the things. But we're
It's
gonna end it with Dan is incredible. I've known Dan for decades, almost now.
yeah. It's ages
Long
now.
time since he was just
Yeah.
a squeaky little kid on QI. Go explore all of the things that Dan does. Go explore We Can Be Weirdos. Go read his book. Go listen to all the things that he's had a hand in, like Museum of Curiosity. Go listen to No Such Thing as a Fish. Go to his live shows. Dan has many more things he's going to do.
It's my dick's hour.
He
It's
has
gonna be.
he has yet to have me on a single one of his shows.
Yeah. No, that's not true. I've had you on shows to shit.
He is yet to have me on a single one of his real shows. The closest we got was a support show that we never could finish for Museum of Curiosity
Oh yeah.
that exists
That's right.
in itself as a curiosity now.
That's right. Yeah.
So, but I have always been impressed by how incredible Dan is as an explorer of his own ideas, who has been incredibly consistent in his fascination with explorers of all other things as well. And so thank you, Dan, for being on the show.
That was very kind. It was very weird being here as you said that. That's usually the kind of thing like the guest would go. So that was very sweet of you to say that so seriously while I was still here. But I feel the same about you, buddy. I love you. You're just a great person.
And most
The
of
only
what I said
person
was
I'd talk.
sincere.
Well, that's we know that's not true, but it was done with a straight face, and that's all that matters.
Well, thank you for sharing just a few of your things. Notice how I
Yeah.
work that back in. See?
Yeah.
I know it's going to
Yeah,
stick.
you're good. Yeah.
And next time we'll talk about the thing that fascinated me the most from the time I was staying with you was that tiny little cup.
Yeah, which I still need to relocate since the move. Who's your next guest?
There's
Give us
a good
give us
question.
spoiler.
You know what? Maybe we'll do like a relay thing
Yeah.
where the previous guest can suggest who they'd like to see the next guest to be, and maybe that'll
Yeah.
be the case. There's a UK show that they interviewed. They do an interview chain reaction.
Chain reaction. Yeah.
But instead, this is almost like a dare. You're challenging
Yeah.
a guest that you know to have some interesting stuff, or whose stuff you'd like to know more about, just a few things that they have and
Yeah.
they love in their collection.
Yeah.
So who would you like to come after you?
Whoopi Goldberg.
Okay. Accessible. Who would you like? Although I'd love to reach out. Hey, Whoopi, Dan Schreiber would really love if you came on this show.
I would like to see the collection of hang on a second. I'm gonna see if he even does. Wait a minute. I'll be with you. Here we go.
Or you can just hand me off to a friend that you know has things.
No, because this is someone who I know next to nothing about. Scott Mosier.
So this is the producer, Kevin Smith's longtime producing partner at View Askew. Scott Mosier is who you're talking to. That's what I'm talking about.
That's who I'm talking about.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. May not be that.
I think that would be an amazing shot.
But we're
most likely won't be. Yeah.
We're putting it out there now. But in the meantime, go do all the things. Go explore all the things that Dan has. And Dan, as we go now,
yep.
You ask everyone else this. What's in your rough corner?
Wait, what do you mean? What's in my rough corner? Do you mean like what's in my?
Yeah, what's
my bit of batshit?
What's your bit of batshit right now? You ask everyone else what theirs is. What's the thing that's most fascinating right now in your batshit corner? And explain to people what the rough corner is.
Well, the rough the rough corner is more of a way of being rather than being a belief system or something. The rough corner is this thing that I'd read about, which is that apparently Japanese Zen gardeners, when they are maintaining their perfect pristine gardens, they always like to leave one corner in it that's untouched and that's growing wild and chaotic, so as to sort of remind them of how the universe intended the garden to look, not them. They've curated their garden.
So a contrast.
And and it just shows the wild chaos of it, and that's the universe's look on the garden. And I had this thing in my book where I said I feel like we should all have a rough corner in our brains, just that little spot that when we hear a mad as hell idea, before the rational person in us sort of goes, "That's insane," we get goosebumps and we go, "Wow, imagine if." Like that's the idea behind that.
What is the little thing that currently resides that you're processing in your rough corner right now, that you've put in the rough corner as a thing that?
The idea of idea osmosis, by having things surrounding you, objects surrounding you, that they can influence the lives of others. I think that's a big thing that I'm interested in. Synchronicity I think guiding your life by synchronicity is a very meaningful coincidence. I think that is an interesting way of living, a different way of living. Oh shit! I think I'm in trouble. I think
You're
my
not in
wife's had
trouble.
to get out of bed. No, I think I'm in trouble.
Oh, I'm not in trouble.
No, you're not in trouble. But yeah, it's
Hi
that.
to
It's
Vanilla.
that. Yeah.
And sorry,
Yeah.
but it's not the
I think
first
it's
time you've
that.
been
I
in
think
trouble.
no, exactly. I think it's that. I think it's the idea of synchronicity, and I think it's the idea of idea osmosis coming off the shelves. I think that. Yeah.
Well, I will leave my thought on synchronicity. Remembering the time that I was in London and I
Hmm.
saw a friend from the US who did a show, and then later the next day, in the entirety of the city of London, I happened to run into that friend of mine in a tube station in London.
Yeah, that's
Right.
mad. It's so mad when those things happen.
But the thing that I think is mathematically,
Yeah.
I mean, anything is possible.
Yeah.
I think instead of going that there's some guiding force to that, my personal thing is I think we should just then go and appreciate the fact that in all the things that could happen, that thing happened.
Yeah.
So not that it's a guiding force, but it's a thing that's just to be appreciate the wonder of what is possible through randomness.
Yeah. Lovely.
And
You should come
there,
on my show.
not invited. So thank you everyone for watching this inaugural episode of Just a Few Things. And thank you to my guest, Dan Schreiber, for being an amazing person for many, many years now, hopefully many more to come. Great person to hang out at a pub with a python. And I will talk to you all soon. Like and subscribe, all those things you're supposed to do. Review the thing, and see you next time on Just a Few Things. Wave, Dan.
Oh, sorry.
Don't drop your laptop. Bye.